Ebony and Topaz. A Collectania. Edited by Charles S. Johnson. Opportunity. Journal of Negro Life. National Urban League. Madison Avenue, New York. Copyright. By Opportunity. Journal of Negro Life. North Carolina. Foreword. Every life has pages vacant still whereon a man may write the thing he will. It is also true that in many little considered lives there are pages whereon no matter of great interest has already been written, if the appraising eye can only reach it. So with the recently developed discoveries of the wealth of material for artistic and intellectual development in the life, manners, and customs of the Negro and his unique and all too frequently unappreciated and unasked contribution to our American self-consciousness. This challenging collection focuses, as it were, the praising eyes of white folks on the Negro's life and of Negroes on their own life and development in what seems to me a new and stimulating way. Great emotional waves may not be stirred by taking cognizance of the performances of Negroes in art and literature, but faithfulness to an ideal of proportion or fair play makes us uneasy lest through ignorance we miss something by straying into the tangles of prejudice. Most of us claim to recognize Miss Millet's thought that he whose soul is flat, the sky will fall in on him by and by, and will follow with zest the explorations of appraising eyes which have been made available to us in attractive form on these pages. L. Hollingsworth Wood. Opportunity. Journal of Negro Life. Charles S. Johnson. County Cullen. Noah D. Thompson. Dorothy Steele. Gwendolyn Bennett. Organ of the National Urban League. L. Hollingsworth Wood, President. William H. Baldwin, Secretary. Lloyd Garrison, Treasurer. Eugene Kinkle Jones, Executive Secretary. Foreword. My Roauction by Charles S. Johnson sent SNEE on a story by Arthur Hufty Posk Plus. ETEEIEROAD One Day, Lord Dash by Paul Greens. C. A Hawk by Macy V. Cowdery Te Divine Afflatus, a poem by Jesse Fawcett. General Drums Dash, a story by John Matthias. EET as, Lias Ek Teckinger as EE8 Really Requiem, a poem by Georgia Douglas Johnson. Porsessor, a poem by Sterling A. Brown. BR equals, a poem by Langston Hughes. Fay Dones, a poem by E. Merrill Root. 18th Street, an anthology in color by Nathan Ben Young. John Henry, a Negro legend by Guy B. Johnson. Things Said When He Was Gone, a poem by Blanche Taylor. April Is on the Way, a poem by Alice Dunbar Nelson. The First One, a play in one act by Zora Neale Hurston. This Place, a poem by Donald Jeffrey Hayes. BOLMS by County Cullen. New Light on an Old Song by Dorothy Scaldo. La Perla Negra by Edna Worthley Underwood. The Negro of the Jazz Band, translated from the Spanish of to Clarissa Scott Delaney, a poem by Angelina W. Grimke. One Latino, Magister Latinus by Arthur A. Schomburg. And One Shall Live in Two, a poem by Jonathan E. L. E. Bruxier. The Runaway Slave at Pilgrim's Point by Elizabeth Barrett. The Natural History of Race Prejudice by Ellsworth Ferris. Facsimiles of original manuscripts of Paul Laurence Dunbar. Renee Sybil Warns Her Sister, a poem by Anne Spem. Some Observations on the American Race Problem by Eugene Kinkle. Arabesque, poem by Frank Horn. Phantom Color Line by T. Arnold Hilt. The Changing Status of the Mulatto. Suffrage by William Pickers. Consecration, a poem by Lois Augusta Cugletan. Undergraduate verse. Fisk University. Our Little Renaissance by Alon Locke. My Heart Has Known Its Winter, a poem by Arna Bontom. Racial Self-Expression by E. Franklin Frazier. Sending Our Greatest Gift to America by George S. Schuyler. Effigy, a poem by Louis A. Lexham. The Negro Actors Deficit by Theophilus Lewis. SCE. Two poems by Edward S. Silvera. On Duncanson by W. P. Dabney. Youth, a poem by Frank Fermi. The Prospects of Black Bourgeoisie by Abram Harris. To a Young Poet, a poem by George Chester Morse. A page of undergraduate verse. Shaw University, Lincoln University, Tougaloo College, Howard University. Verisimilitude, a story by Yoten P. Davis. Mrs. Bailey pays the rent by Ira Dia. Rain. A sonnet to a Negro in Harlem, a poem by Helene Johnson. Tokens, a story by Gwendolyn Bennett. A page of undergraduate verse to Tougaloo College, Cleveland College of Western Reserve University. The Return, a poem by Arma Bomdom. Tea by Brenda Ray Morick. A Glorious Company by Allison Davis. A Student I Know, a poem by Jonathan H. Brooks. And I Passed by Joseph Marie Andrew. It is better to walk than to grow angry with the road. An African proverb. Introduction. P. I is only fair to rid this volume, at the beginning, of some of the usual pretensions, which have the effect of distorting normal values, most often with results as unfortunate as they are unfair. This volume, strangely enough, does not set forth to prove a thesis, nor to see me plead a cause, nor, stranger still, to offer a progress report on the state of Negro letters. It is a venture in expression, shared, with the slightest editorial suggestion, by a number of persons who are here much less interested in their audience than in what they are trying to say, and the life they are trying to portray. This may assurable freedom from the usual burden of proof has been an aid to spontaneity, and to this quality the collection makes its most serious claim. It is not improbable that some of our white readers will arch their brows or perhaps knit them soberly at some point before the end. But this is a response not infrequently met with outside the pages of books. There is always an escape of a sort, however, in ignoring that which contradicts one's sense, even though it were the better wisdom to give heed. Some of our Negro readers will doubtless quarrel with certain of the Negro characters who move in these pages. But it is also true that in life some Negroes are distasteful to other Negroes. Following the familiar patterns, we are accustomed to think of Negroes as one ethnic unit, and of whites as many the Nordics, Mediterraneans, or Germans, Irish, Swedes, or brachycephalics and dolichocephalics, depending upon our school of politics or anthropology. The significance of the difference is not so much that Negroes in America actually represent different races among themselves, as that there is the same ground, in dissimilar customs and culture patterns, which are the really valid distinctions between races, for viewing Negroes differently among themselves. The point, if it were important enough, could be proved about as satisfactorily as proofs in this field go, and with the same type of data. Beneath the difference, however, as must be evident, is the cultural factor which distinguishes one group of Negroes from another, the small, articulate group from the more numerous, and, one might even add, more interesting folk group, the unconscious Negro folk contributions to music, folklore, and the dance, from the conscious contributions of Negroes to art and letters. The sociological confusion here has brought about endless literary debates. Accepting the materials of Negro life for their own worth, it is impossible to escape certain implications. It is significant that white and Negro writers and artists are finding together the highest expression of their art in this corner of life. And, as Mr. Albert J. Nock reminds us, an interesting person in literature is just what he is in life. It is evident in many quarters that Negroes are being discovered as fellow mortals, with complexes of their own to be analyzed. With Julia Peterkin, Paul Green, DuBose Hayward, Guy Johnson, there has been ushered in a refreshing new picture of Negro life in the South. Swinging free from the old and exhausted stereotypes and reading from life, they have created human characters who are capable of living by their own charm and power. There is something here infinitely more real and honest in the atmosphere thus created, than in the stagnant sentimental aura which has hung about their heads for so many years. The Negro writers, removed by 2 generations from slavery, are now much less self-conscious, less interested in proving that they are just like white people, and, in their excursions into the fields of letters and art, seem to care less about what white people think, or are likely to think about the race. Relief from the stifling consciousness of being a problem has brought a certain superiority to it. There is more candor, even in discussions of themselves, about weaknesses, and on the very sound reasoning that unless they are truthful about their faults, they will not be believed when they chose to speak about their virtues. A sense of humor is present. The taboos and racial ritual are less strict, there is more overt self-criticism, less of bitterness and appeals to sympathy. The sensitiveness, which a brief decade ago, denied the existence of any but educated Negroes, bitterly opposing Negro dialect, and folk songs, and anything that revived the memory of slavery, is shading off into a sensitiveness to the hidden beauties of this life and a frank joy and pride in it. The return of the Negro writers to folk materials has proved a new emancipation. It might not seem to go too far afield to refer to the statements offered not infrequently in criticism, that the cultured Negroes are not romanticized in fiction as generously as the folk types. This has a distinctly sociological implication back of which is the feeling that a loftier opinion of all Negroes would follow an emphasis in fiction upon more educated individuals. The attitude is not uncommon in the history of other races and classes. For many years, Americans were affected by the same sensitiveness in relation to Europe, and even in the southern United States, until very recently, the literature has been defensive and for the most part ineffectual. Aside from the greater color and force of life in those human strata which seem to have struck lightning to the imaginations of our present writers, it might be suggested that the educated Negroes, even if they are not yet being romanticized in fiction, are finding a most effective representation through their own comment upon the extraordinarily interesting patterns of Negro folk life to which they have intimate access. Or, perhaps, they have succeeded only too well in becoming like other people whom writers generally are finding it difficult enough to make interesting. The most that will be claimed for this collection is that it is a fairly faithful reflection of current interests and observations in Negro life. The arrangement of the materials of this volume follows roughly the implications of significance in the new interests mentioned. The first part is concerned with Negro folk life itself. The vast resources of this field for American literature cannot be escaped. Even though they are no more than hinted at in this volume. There is here a life full of strong colors, of passions, deep and fierce, of struggle, disillusion, the whole gamut of life free from the wrappings of intricate sophistication. The second part sweeps in from a wider radius of time and space. Some of the rare and curiously interesting fragments of careers and art which constitute that absorbing field of the past now being revealed through the zeal and industry of Negro scholars. The garnering of these long-gone figures who flashed like bright comets across a black sky is an amenity which has found root quietly and naturally in Negro life. A third division is concerned with racial problems and attitudes, and these are rather coldly in the hands of students. In these, there is the implication of a vast drama which the stories and the poetry merely illuminate. The fourth section might well be set down as the most significant of current tendencies, the direction of Negro attention inward in frank self-appraisal and criticism. The essays touch boldly and with a striking candor some of the ancient racial foibles. At frequent points they violate the orthodoxy, but in a spirit which is neither bitterly hopeless nor resentful. This is perhaps one of the most hopeful signs of life and the will to live. And finally, there is a division which gives a brief glimpse into the intimate self-feeling of articulate Negroes. These lack conspicuously the familiar tears of self-pity and apology. The classification is not a strict one, but it has a possible usefulness as a guide through the varieties of expression to be found herein. There will be in one an abandonment to the fascination of a new life, in another a critical self-searching, in one humor for its own sake, in another humor with a thrust, there will be stoical rebellion, self-reliance, beauty. Those seeking set patterns of Negro literature will in all likelihood be disappointed, for there is no set pattern of Negro life. If there is anything implicit in the attitude toward life revealing itself, it is acceptance of the fact of race and difference on the same casual gesture that denies that the difference means anything. This is probably enough about the contributions to this collection to let them take their own course. From the list of contributors are absent many names with as great reason for inclusion as any present. There were, however, physical limits to such a volume, with all that this implies, and, if there is, for those who must pass judgment, less merit in what appears than should be, some measure of this deficiency may be laid to the omissions. A spirit has been quietly manifest of late which it would be a gentle treason to ignore. Its expression has been a disposition on the part of established writers, scholars, artists, and other interested individuals, to offer to Negro writers the practical encouragement of those facilities which they command. To this may be accredited among other things a share in the making of that mood of receptivity among the general public for the literature of Negro life. Charles S. Johnson. If you want to tell anything to heaven, tell it to the wind. An African proverb. A drawing for Jumbie. By Aaron Douglas. Jumbie. By Arthur Huff Fawcett. Jean-Marie. Jean-Marie tossed fitfully upon her bed of straw until a cock, crowing shrilly in the early morn, awoke her with jarring suddenness. She raised herself slightly, and fearing to open her eyes, clutched the wall of the his thatch-roofed hut, in order to steady her trembling body. Feverishly she felt of her waist, her temples, her pale brown limbs, and her feet. She was puzzled. Assuredly there was something wrong. But where? She peeled open her eyes timorously. As the delicate brown lid slowly unfolded, she beheld the marvelous blue Caribbean, bobbing gently, playing a child's game, as it were, with the rising sun. Jean-Marie shivered. Then from her throat came a tiny sound like the cluck of a hen. She stretched out full length on her back, and extending her clasped hands as far as possible from her body, she heaved a sigh of gladness. Thanks be to Jumbie, a dream. Suppose, now, that she had awakened to find herself bitten by a cobra, her limbs swollen double, and her pale amber brownness turned a hideous black. Just suppose Kasongo, the Obia man, could really put nastiness upon her, and she had awakened with Barbados Bigfoot, and thousands of tiny chiggers building their houses in the seams of her feet. Ah, the chiggers! They got everywhere, and into everything. You could not move for the chiggers. And how they did bite! She gazed upon a tiny red splotch on her arm, and scratched it ruefully. The more she scratched the more it burned. But the blacks did not mind the chiggers. Manja, sleeping over there in the corner, her almost naked body exposed to the caprices of brown scorpions, red and green lizards, mosquitoes, huge white ants, and roaches big as fingers. She did not mind the chiggers. Why, she had colonies of them, on her elbows, the sides of her hands, of her feet. The tops of her feet were live chigger hives. But Manja did not mind. But then, what had she to do with these folk anyway? She did not look like them, she did not think like them. They were black, she was pale brown. Their eyes were constantly red, and the whites spotted with gelatin-like masses which affected their sight. Hers were clear like the Caribbean, and soft and brown like a chewink's feathers. Instead of the brittle, harsh mat of hair which adorned their heads, rough almost to prickliness, her hair was black, and soft like velvet or silk. Jean-Marie leaped lightly from her bed, and glided to the door of the hut. Her tall slim figure was lithe like a leopard's, her pale brown limbs moved with the grace of a beautiful race-horse. She opened wide the door and gazed at the silent wonder of the island on which her home was situated. Matka, the sacred mount, towered in the distance, some dark green knight, hiding his crest in a thin white mist. The sun, a streak of white in a pale blue sky, peeked his head over the mountain's top. Jean-Marie noted the light green patches by the side of the mountain, where the blacks had cultivated their cane and their cotton, and the rods, looking like brown streaks crawling up the great hill. She saw a dozen tiny sailboats, much like geese. Feathers, tossing and bobbing on the Caribbean. Far in the distance, the native huts looked like cattle lying in the grass. Frogs croaked. Crickets chirped. Tall palms, glistening in the sunlight, and looking like sentinels on the side away from the sun, bended and swayed to the occasional purring of the breezes. Far off a boy was yodeling. Somewhere a woman was hoeing and spading. Between the pat-pats of her hoe, she sang snatches of lines from hymns taught by Wesleyan missionaries. That Jesus died for me. Jean-Marie remained some moments entranced. The spell was broken, however, by a sudden rustling of leaves in front of the hut. Out of the shrubbery, hobbled an old woman. She was black, and she wore a headdress of red and gold which sparkled in the sunshine. In her mouth was a clay pipe, in her right hand a gnarled stick which she carried for a cane. She wore a simple frock of brown and white, and her feet were bare. They called her Gunga the Good. "Hi, hi," she fairly screamed as she perceived Jean-Marie standing in the doorway. Her cry aroused Manja and two other women who dwelt in the hut. "Hi, hi, look it, Gunga cried again. She pointed to a spot on the ground, some distance away from the hut. Everyone rushed to see. "Dahi," she said. "Jumbi come in dis toim roid hi." "Sure, oi knows you bees da one some twam, Miss Jean-Marie." "Hi bees it, roid where's Jumbi's put it?" Breathlessly, they crowded about the speaker who gazed intently upon an object on the ground. There lay the head of a white cock, its beak pointing to the corner of the hut where Jean-Marie slept. "Bukra," shouted Manja, as she turned to Jean-Marie, a malicious look in her red eyes, "Nas sure get you dis toim." "Laugh. On an hop skippity skip, but you kitched a chigger foot yit." Blood mounted to Jean-Marie's cheeks. "So," she exclaimed. "Mabbe if I have chigger foot, Baba trade my brown leg for your ugly black leg of an elephant." "Iya, iya," screamed Manja, the whites of her eyes glistening with rage. "You bukra bitch. You know say Nas come over you. You see, maybe you legs swell like banyan, maybe breasts look like jellies, maybe you guts rot and grow snakes. Wait and see, iya, iya." Manja spat on the ground. She turned her back on Jean-Marie and rushed back to the hut, dragging her big foot behind her. Gunga looked at Jean-Marie and pointed to the cock's beak. Then directing a warning finger towards the young girl she said, "Careful, white chili. White cock mean badness. Trouble pointin' yo way. Kasongo." Mania hobbled away from the Ajukpa of Kasongo the Obia man. Kasongo lived far back in the island, away from the village, away from the road, away from the sea. He had to hide himself. Were not the police everlastingly on his heels, trying to send him to Antigua for a good 10 years stretch, with 20 lashings a week? But he had been too clever for the stupid police, anyway. They were afraid of Ebony and Topaz. Him, afraid of his charms. Was it not a common saying that when Kasongo looked at a man through his dead eye, he was sure to be caught in a squall and die by drowning? Or if you caught him whistling through his hair lip, it meant loss of a dear one. When Flonza, the half-Indian wife of Francois, died suddenly, even the police knew that Kasongo had baked a tarantula, beaten it into powder, and secreted it in Flonza's food. And why? So that Francois might marry another woman. There was Mariel. He was secretly hated by Kasongo, because he had gone to the States and learned powerful Obia. Fool! Mariel should have known better than to drink whiskey out of Kasongo's glasses. Everyone knew that Kasongo had a habit of slipping powders made from maggots, roaches, and crickets in his whiskey. No wonder Mariel developed swelling in his right arm. What might have happened if he had not gone over to Martinique and consulted the most powerful Obia man on the island? There they slit open his arm with a knife. His hand was alive with small black worms. Only the powerful medicine of the Obia man prevented them from eating him up alive. Instead, they came jumping out of his flesh like skippers from a piece of rotten ham. Manja hurried to a sequestered spot under some tall banyan trees. She emptied the pocket of her dress of some charms she had received from Kasongo. There were strands of hair taken from the dead body of a man who had died from bad man's disease, some huge yellow-stained toenails, a clot of human blood, a dried chicken gizzard, and a rabbit's paw. All had been dipped in a peculiar black powder. She bound these together in a piece of cloth torn from an old dress worn by Jean-Marie. Standing with her back to the sun, She held the bag over her left shoulder and mumbled these words. Be some Peter. Be some Paul. And be to God dat mek us all. Spin ball. Spin jack. And if she don't do what you says, may I never come back. Then she hastened to the hut where Jean-Marie lived. No one was about. She walked rapidly to the little plot of earth behind the hut, where every evening just before sundown Jean-Marie tended her tiny garden. Near a favorite rosebush Manja placed the charm on the ground, saying softly, not for Manja. Not for Adova. Not for Merv. But only for Jean-Marie. Then she strode briskly into the hut and prepared for evening. Jumbi. For several hours the snow-capped mountain top of the Sierra Nevada was plainly visible as we journeyed on Centward and upward on the Rocinante Express toward the city of Granada. The train came to a full stop. We landed, passed through a veritable bedlam and picked on the hotel agents a resting place more for the name than for its known comforts. After resting we walked to the university grounds, saw the closed gates and walls calcimined so often that the layers in sections were peeling off. It was dusk and there was a pastoral quiet. We retraced our steps through narrow highways and alleys to the cathedral. Some form of religious ceremony was on. The voices and the silvery tones from the organ filled the vaulted edifice with a vast religious fervor. People here and there prayed to their favorite saints, others like myself curiously contemplated the solemnity and grandeur of the place. Through the warm colors of the stained and figured glasses light poured in like a flood. We walked up the threadbare steps to the great organ, passing a small urchin pumping air into the bellows as many others have done year on year. Here in a grilled enclosure were the sarcophagi of Ferdinand and Isabella, who aided Columbus' discovery of America. There they were, amid their pomp and circumstance, seemingly enjoying the perfect even if endless night. And finally, again to the university. I was seeking facts and information on the life of one Latino, the Negro who held a professorship at the university as early as. The secretary informed me that Professor Osid had written a thesis on his life as partial fulfillment for his doctorate degree in philosophy and that he would be glad to introduce me to this man, the holder of the chair of paleontology. Meantime the secretary introduced me to the librarian and I had the great joy of seeing a copy of one Latino's own book on the library shelf of his alma mater. An attendant brought me before Catedrático Osid and I was invited into his study, where I explained my mission to Granada. I recited the hearsay of my school days when persons remarked that so-and-so wasn't as Lottie taken from the verse that alludes to Latino in Cervantes' Don Quixote de la Mancha. I had crossed the Atlantic because I was personally satisfied that there was no better place to uncover this information than in Latino's own home and under his own vine and fig tree. After my recital, the learned professor pulled open the drawer of his desk and brought forth a small quarto volume which on inspection was the brochure already alluded to by the secretary of the university. It was an exhaustive research, gathered from fragmentary facts, and buttressed with trustworthy references. Later he produced an early copy of Latino's work from the Granada University Library, a copy similar to the one in the series which the Ticknor collection of Spanish literature possessed, but vastly more beautiful in comparison. What a wonderful city, the Moors called it. Paradise Valley, rich with a mellow history and hidden far away up in the foothills of the Sierra Nevada mountains. Here in Granada during those stormy days when the Abdurrahman kings were lords of all they surveyed, there were among the people many undiluted black men. It was my pleasure to walk leisurely through and admire the spacious avenue named after the Gran Capitan and recall that he was the father of the master of one Latino, to pass by the street where his slave lived, the schoolhouse and royal college where he was a tutor, the church where he knelt in humility to his real master, where he was married to Dona Ana de Carlabar, where his children were baptized, and where eventually after life's task, he was buried in St. Anne's Church. It is a pleasure to refer to Professor Osid's monograph El Negro, one Latino biographical and critical essay. I view it with a keen desire to see the booklet translated into the English language to help stimulate our own men by the life and services this eminent man has left to posterity. Catedrático Antonio Marin Ocid of the Faculty of the University of Granada is a very charming young man, whose indefatigable knowledge is highly reflected by this work. If we accept, as we cannot otherwise do, the full explanation of our author, it is not illogical to suppose that the Dux of Sevilla one day received Catino with his mother, and surely when he was of tender age. To affirm this Ocid begins by denying as notoriously false the affirmation of Salazar that he came to Spain when in his 12th year. When we study him at close range, what is strange to his personality is the complete adaptation to so distinctly different an environment, the perfect formation of his character and intelligence in plain civilization to reach the height not only of a cultured man but a sage, having a perfect knowledge of languages and classical literature. An eminent master and above all a Latin poet extraordinarily fruitful. Only by his living there from birth under most promising circumstances can we explain it and yet admire such surprising results. Thus it must have been when mother and son were bought by a trafficker who sold them at Bina at the castle owned by the Count de Cabra, Don Luis Fernando de Córdoba and his wife Dona Elvira, only daughter of the Grand Capitan, where he played during his infancy with the son of the Duke Don Gonzalo. He was known when a boy by the name of Juan de Sessa, a musician of ability, singer, organist, a player of the lute and the harp. As he grew to manhood his silence and strict application to details were noted. He helped his master's son both with his personal duties and in his studies. The son found in his black companion an apt and intelligent fellow. In time the master rewarded his charge and sent him to the same university where his son won his academic degree. Juan Sessa was afterwards known as Latino, who has written his Thanks cum ipso erudibus omnibus liberaribus artibius institutos et doctus. Charles V, the instigator and founder of the University of Granada, afterward opened by the Archbishop Hernando de Talavera by bull and pastoral letter from Pope Clement VII, was received on July conferring the same rights and privileges granted previously to the universities of Bologna, Paris, and Salamano. In the MSS Book of Sermons of Rector Nicolas de la Rosa, it is stated Juan Latino received his BA during the year, before the Archbishop, the Chancellor, the Count of Tendilla and many other gentlemen. His age was about 28. It is grateful to commend Ocid for having successfully located the minutes having the entry of the 39 candidates who received their degree in Artium et Philosophiae Facultate Subdisciplinarivdi. DMI Magistri Benedict Pico. It was duly signed by the learned dignitaries who were empowered by royal decree to examine candidates, and attested by the notary Juan de Frias and entered in book no de claustros folio. The year Latino graduated from the University, Archbishop Pedro Guerrero had taken possession of the see, and gave him decided protection, influenced his page, Carlobal, to desist from opposing the Negro for having married his sister, and contrived through his friend the Duke of Sessa that the servitude of the Negro should terminate. When the chair of Latin of the Sacred Cathedral Church School was vacant due to the death of the Master Mota, he decided to place his candidate in the person of Juan Latino. As soon as the vacancy became known, there was no end of learned men who were aspirants for the honor. On the th of August, while the cathedral canons were in session, Licentiate Villanueva entered and said he knew there was a vacancy in the Royal College and it was not proper to let Juan Latino have it when there were so many priests who could fill the position. The Archbishop was inflexible to the undercurrents of opposition, and at the beginning of the year the Very Reverend Pedro de Vivero, Dean of the Sacred Church and Rector of the University, named Juan Latino for the chair of Latin Grammar. Professor Ocid states that notwithstanding the fact noted in the printed work of Latino where he is put down as holding a chair in the university, the item is wrong because no such office existed. An exhaustive examination of the documents available only shows him to have filled the office noted in the Royal College. Opposition continued because Latino was only an ordinary Bachelor of Arts, but when on November lst, he was granted his Master of Arts, all seemed to be smooth sailing. The Royal College was a building erected beside the university and next to the Archiepiscopal Palace. Here was to be seen in those days familiar faces of well-known students, ecclesiastical dignitaries, acolytes, Moorish persons, grave and lettered young men, attracted by the fame of a foreign master N&Gro who graced his chair, the equal of the best of his epoch. The celebration of the Feast of Street Lacquer was one of the three principal events of Granada. The rector, the chancellor, doctors, licentiates of the university and the students from all the colleges were present on this occasion to hear the address Quam Principium Appellar Solent from the lips of one Latino, Magister Latinus. It is to be regretted, says Osid, that this Latin oration delivered this day, unforgettable, when all Granada turned out spontaneously to hear him and tender a charming demonstration of respect and admiration, has not reached us, for I believe this example of his prose promised a free style more elegant than his verses. The learned Osid, in a comparative illustration on letters and philosophy of Europe through the humanists F. A. Wolf of Kottingen and C. O. Müller of Berlin, says after 3 centuries the minds of these men reached the same conclusion of the Spanish grammarians, with which in some way or other one Latino was much concerned. Latino was a most remarkable individual. Through his own efforts against all prejudice during his period of servitude in the ducal home of his master until his marriage with a lady of quality, he became a distinguished person in Granada. When he finished his studies he climbed to the first and highest professorship in the Royal College. His further studies brought him to higher esteem, since he was, in his day, the best versed in the knowledge of classical antiquity and ancient languages, which he knew perfectly well. During his famous lifetime he published 3 tomes of Latin verses. Through his influence a generation of original authors and translators were developed that gave birth to the poetical school of Granada. Don Juan de Austria, the natural son of Philip II, upon his triumphal entry into the city of Granada was carried away with the epigrammatic inscriptions that adorned the arches erected to commemorate the defeat of the Turks at the Battle of Lepanto. The poems were the work of one Latino, the Magister Latinus. It is noted that frequently at the table of the prince were seated 2 Negroes, one Latino was one, and priest Christopher de Menezes of the Order of Santo Domingo stationed at Granada, was the other. It is said Don Juan de Austria found great pleasure in the company of these 2 men whose witticism and literature made them welcome guests at his festive board. I had the pleasure of examining Latino's other 2 books of Latin verses at the National Library at Madrid through the courtesy of the director. The poetical works of this writer and scholar are represented by 3 tomes. The first was printed by Hugo de Mina in Granada during the year, is eulogistic, and deals with the birth of the prince, with the marriage of Philip II to Mary of Portugal, and with their son who was born in the year, the presumptive heir to the throne named Fernando, whose birth Granada celebrated with joy. One Latino, who was the local poet, wrote epigrammatic verses for the occasion. The poems on the Pope and the city during his times are also included in this tome. His poem on the Ostratus Libri Duo is an epic poem on the Battle of Lepanto, and it is the first printed work of the kind to commemorate the naval victory. It is pleasing to read the critical judgment of Osid on the poetical merit of this obscure writer. The arduous task has given ample proof of the author's facility to express himself, not a defective verse nor an incorrect description. When the inspiration does not shine, the interest lags, yet the form is impeccable. Without doubt, from among his works this is worthy of modern reprinting. Perhaps this may be premature, but when our humane culture is more elevated, a discreet selection from among his poems, if not all, will be read with pleasure and delight. Not a word more nor an idea less, the verses are exact and precise, like fine steel, with all the strength yet with all ductibility, and often with inspiration without artifices to give exact tone, measure, and softness, but awfully real, the idea of death. The whole book can be summed up as the work of a historian who was also a poet. His second volume of Latin verses was written to lament in panegyrics the reburial services on the occasion of the transmittal of the royal bodies to the Pantheon erected by Philip II and known as the Monastery of the Escorial. In this work our author included the epitaphs composed for the tablets and other objects used to convey the remains in pomp from Granada. This work was printed during the year. In his third and last volume, he devoted his pen exclusively to sing the praises of the ducal house of Cesa Don Gonzalo Fernandez de Córdoba. It was his personal tribute to the house that gave him all he received. he wished to let the world know his benefactors. The imprint bears the year and the only known copy is at Madrid. There is pleasant satisfaction to know that in the pages of Spanish literature the name of Juan Latino will be further enhanced and remembered through the excellent work of Antonio Marin Osit, quite unlike Sir William Maxwell Sterling, who in his Life of Don Juan de Austria, and George Ticknor, who in his History of Spanish Literature have delegated the volumes of the Latin scholar to a footnote in their respective monumental works. And One Shall Live in Two, by Jonathan H. Brooks. Though he hung dumb upon her wall, and was so very still and small, a miniature, a counterpart, yet did she press him to her heart, on countless, little loving trips, and 6 times pressed him to her lips, as surely as she kissed him 6, as sure as sand and water mix, sure as canaries sweetly sing, and lilies come when comes the spring. The two have hopes for days of bliss, when 4 warm lips shall meet in kiss, 4 eyes shall blend to see as one, 4 hands shall do what 2 have done, 2 sorrow drops will be 1 tear, and 1 shall live in 2 each year. Sebastian Gomez was known as the Mulatto de Murillo. During his earlier life, he was a slave purchased to grind the pigments for the colors used by the great master. His talent was discovered by Murillo and he was freed to become a pupil. For nearly 100 years certain of the paintings of this Negro of Spain were mistaken for those of Murillo. Jesus Tied to a Column, by Sebastian Gomez. This picture came from the convent of the Capuchinos. Brother Fray Angel de Leon claims it is this painter's work in his first historical book where most notable events in the convent of San Francisco of Sevilla are noted. The Sacred Family, by Sebastian Gomez. In the treasury room of the Basilica of Sevilla. Hipgon. Immaculate Conception, by Sebastian Gomez. In the possession of an antiquarian in the city of Sevilla. The Immaculate Conception by Sebastian Gomez. In the Museo Provincial de Sevilla, Spain. To a gentleman, on his voyage to Great Britain for the recovery of his health, by Phyllis Wheatley. While others chant of gay Elysian scenes, of balmy zephyrs, and of flowery plains, my song, more happy, speaks a golden name, feels higher motives and a nobler flame. For the the muse attunes her strings, and mounts sublime above inferior things. I sing not now of green embowering woods, I sing not now the daughters of the floods, I sing not of the storms o'er ocean driven, and how they howled along the waste of heaven. Booty to our would paint the British shore, and vast Atlantic, not untried before. Thy life impaired commands thee to arise. Leave these bleak regions and inclement skies, where chilling winds return the winter past, and nature shudders at the furious blast. A pen drawing from a rare print of Phyllis Wheatley, by W. E. Braxton. Oh, then, stupendous, earth enclosing main, exert thy wonders to the world again. If thy power prolonged the fleeting breath, turned back the shafts, and mocked the gates of deed, if thine air dispensed a healing power, or snatched the victim from the fatal hour, equal care demands thy equal care. And equal wonders may this patient share. But unavailing frantic is the dream, to hope thine aid without the aid of him who gave thee birth, and taught thee where to flow, and in thy waves his various blessings show. May our return to view his native shore, replete with vigor not his own before. Then shall we see with pleasure and surprise, and own thy work, great ruler of the skies. The subject of her invocation died in Ignatius Sancho. A mezzo tint from a painting by Gainsborough. Francis Barber. From a painting by Sir Joshua Reynolds. A drawing by Charles Cullen. The Runaway Slave at Pilgrim's Point, by Elizabeth Barrett Browning. N.E. Stand on the mark, beside the shore, of the first white pilgrim's bended knee, where exile changed to ancestor, Prixes, and God was thanked for liberty. I have run through the night, my skin ts as dark, I bend my knee down on this mark, I look on the sky and the sea. Le. Oh, pilgrim souls, I speak to you. I see you come out proud and slow. From the land of the spirits, pale as dew. And round me ye go. Oh, pilgrims, I have gasped and run all night long from the whips of one who in your names work sin and woe. ISDE. And thus I thought that I would come and kneel here where ye knelt before, and feel your souls around me hum in undertone to the ocean's roar, and lift my black face, my black hand, here in your names, to curse this land, ye blessed in freedoms heretofore. Ae. I am black, I am black. And yet God made me, they say. But if he did so smiling back, he must have cast his work away under the feet of his white creatures, with a look of scorn, that the dusky feature might be trodden again to clay. Vy. And yet he has made dark things to be glad and merry as light. There's a little dark bird sits and sings. Here's a dark stream ripples out of sight. And the dark frogs chant in the safe morass. And the sweetest stars are made to pass over the face of the darkest night. 6. But we who are dark, we are dark. O God, we have no stars about our souls, in care and cark. Our blackness shuts like prison bars, and crouch our souls so far behind, that never a comfort can they find, by reaching through their prison bars. Veil. Howbeit God's sunshine and HS frost, they make us hot, they make us cold, as if we were not black and lost. And the beasts and birds in wood and wold do fear us and take us for very men. Could the whippoorwill or the cat of the glen look into my eyes and be bold? Vidi. I am black, I am black. And once I laughed in girlish glee, for one of my colors stood in the track, where the drivers drove, and looked at me. And tender and full was the look he gave. A slave looked so at another slave. I look at the sky and the sea. Z. 9. And from that hour our spirits grew as free as F, unsold, unbought. We were strong enough, since we were two, to conquer the world, we thought. The drivers drove us day by day. We did not mind, we went one way, and no better a liberty sought. X. In the open ground between the canes, he said I love you as he passed. When the shingle roof rang sharp with the rains, I heard how he vowed tea fast. While other trembled, he sat in the hut, and carved me a bowl of the cocoa nut, through the roar of the hurricanes. 11. I sang his name instead of a song. Over and over I sang his name. Backward and forward I sung it along. With my sweetest notes, it was still the same. But I sang it low, that the slave girls near might never guess, from what they could hear, that all the song was a name. Le. I look on the sky and the seed. We were two to love, and two to pray. Yes, two, O God, who cried on thee. Though nothing didst thou say. Coldly thou satst behind the sun. And now I cry, who am but one. Thou wilt not speak today. ATI. We were black, we were black. We had no claim to love and bliss. What marvel, ours was cast to rack. They wrung my cold hands out of his. They dragged him, why, I crawled to touch his blood's mark in the dust, not much. Ye pilgrim souls, though plain as this. ATV. Wrong, followed by a greater wrong. Grief seemed too good for such as I. So the white men brought the shame ere long, to stifle the sob in my throat thereby. They would not leave me for my dull wetis, TT was too merciful to let me weep pure tears, and die. 15. I am black, I am black. I wore a child upon my breast, an amulet that hung too slack, and, in my unrest, could not rest. Thus we went moaning, child and mother, one to another, until all ended for the best. 16. For hark, I will tell you lo, I am black, you see. And the babe, that lay on my bosom so, was far too white for me. As white as the ladies who scorned to pray beside me at the church but yesterday, though my tears had washed a place for my knee. Ebony Canada Paz. 17. And my own child I could not bear to look in his face, it was so white. So I covered him up with a kerchief rare. I covered his face in, close and tight. And he moaned and struggled as well as might be, for the white child wanted his liberty, ha, ha. He wanted his master's right. 18. He moaned and beat with his head and feet, his little feet that never grew. He struck them out as it was meat against my heart to break through. I might have sung like a mother mild, but I dared not sing to the white-faced child the only song I knew. Ikes. And yet I pulled the kerchief close. He could not see the sun, I swear. More then, alive, than now he does. From between the roots of the mangels where? I know where, close. A child and mother do wrong to look at one another, when one's black and one's far. XX. Even in that single glance I had of my child's face, I tell you all, I saw a look that made me mad. The master's look, that used to fall on my soul like his lash or worse. Therefore, to save it from my curse, I twisted it round in my shawl. AX. And he moaned and trembled from foot to head, he shivered from head to foot, till after a time, he lay, instead, too suddenly still and mute. And I felt, beside, a creeping cold. I dared to lift up just a fold, as in lifting a leaf of the mango fruit. AXIT. But my fruit. Ha, ha, there had been your fine white angels, who have been God's secret nearest to his power, and gathered my fruit to make them wine, and sucked the soul of that child of mine, as the hummingbird sucks the soul of the flower. Axiti. Ha, hat. For the trick of the angels white, they freed the white child's spirit so. I said not a word but day and night. I carried the body to and fro, and it lay on my heart like a stone as chill, the sun may shine out as much as he will. I am cold, though it happened a month ago. AXIV. From the white man's house and the black man's hut, I carried the little body on. The forest's arms did around us shut, and silence through the trees did run slash. They asked no questions as I went. They stood too high for astonishment. They could see God rise on his throne. AXP. My little body kerchief fast, I bore it on through the forest on. And when I felt was tired at last, I scooped a hole beneath the moon. Through the forest tops the angels far, with a white fine finger in every star, did point and mock at what was done. AXVI. Yet when it all was done aright, earth twixt me and my baby strewed, all changed to black earth, nothing white. A dark child in the dark ensued. Some comfort, and my heart grew young. I sat down smiling there, and sung the song I told you of for good. Axii. And there we two were reconciled, the white child and black mother, thus. For, as I sang it soft and wild, the same song, more melodious, rose from the grave whereon I sat. It was the dead child singing that, to join the souls of both of us. Axity. I look on the sea and the sky, where the pilgrims' ships first anchored lay, the great sun writhed gloriously. But the pilgrims' ghosts have slid away through the first faint streaks of the morn. My face is black, but it glares with a scorn which they dare not meet by day. XXIX. Ah! In their stead their hunter sons. Ah! Ah! They are on me / they form mine a ring. Keep off, I brave you all at once. I throw off your eyes like a notsome thing. You have killed the black eagle at nest, I think. Did you ever stand still in your triumph, and shrink from the stroke of her wounded wing? AXX. I wish you, who stand there, 7 abreast. Each for his own wife's grace and gift. Little corpse as safely at rest. Hid in the mangles. Yes, but she may keep like babies on her knee. And sing the song she itketh best. XXX. I am not mad, I am black. I see you staring in my face. I know you staring, shrinking back. Ye are born of the Washington race. And this land is the free America. And this mark on my wrist - ropes tied me up here to the flogging place. AOE. You think I shrieked there? Not a sound. I hung as a gourd hangs in the sun. I only cursed them all around. As softly as I might have done. My own child after. From these sands. Up to the mountains, lift your hands. O slaves, and end what I begun. Loogie. Whips, curses. These must answer those. For in this unton, ye have said. 2 kinds of men in adverse rows. Each loathing each. And all forget. The 7 wounds in Christ's body fair. While he sees gaping everywhere. Are countless wounds that pay no debt. Active. Our wounds are different, your white men. Are, after all, not gods indeed. Nor able to make Christs again. Do good with bleeding. We who bleed. We help not in our loss, we are too heavy for our cross. And fall and crush you and your seed. AXXV. I fall, I swoon, I look at the sky / the clouds are breaking on my brain. I am floated along, as TF I should die. Of liberty's exquisite pain. In the name of the white child waiting for me in the deep black death where our kisses agree, white men, I leave you all curse free, in my broken heart disdain. If you know well the beginning, the end will not trouble you much. An African proverb. The Natural History of Race Prejudice. By Ellsworth Ferris. Reading the title Natural History of Race Prejudice, the reader is asked to regard the occurrence of race prejudice as a natural phenomenon, just as truly as drought, an earthquake, or an epidemic of smallpox. Race prejudice is defended by some as desirable, it is deprecated by others as an evil. Men have their opinions and attitudes on this subject, but it is not the purpose here to discuss this phase of it. However good or bad it may be, it is assumed that it is possible, and believed to be advantageous to view the matter with detachment and to look to the conditions under which it appears, the cause or causes of its origin, the forms it assumes, the conditions under which it has increased or diminished in intensity, and whether it disappears, and why. This paper is too brief to do more than suggest a treatment of the topic. The advantage of this mode of procedure is apparent. The history of science seems to show that this method is more fruitful. Knowledge is power, science gives control, to see is to foresee. We can effectively change and control only those events that we can formulate. Race prejudice is a special form of class prejudice and does not differ in attitude. The only difference is in the object. There may be in a community a prejudice against preachers or soldiers or Republicans. The prejudice against radicals is like the prejudice against Negroes except for its mutability. Religion or politics are voluntary and can be changed, while race is relatively independent of the will. But class and race prejudice in turn are special forms of a larger category of human experience, namely, prejudice in general. Men speak of prejudice against the anti-saloon league, 2 short skirts, the yellow press, cigarettes, and small towns. Prejudice is not easy to define, for it is bound up with emotion and contains usually an element of reproach. The dictionary may tell that prejudice is an opinion or leaning adverse to anything without just grounds or sufficient knowledge, but is not easy to agree as to what grounds are just or what knowledge is sufficient. And race prejudice, like all prejudices after they endure over a period of time, tends to be supported by arguments. The grounds may not be rational to a critic, but they may seem rational to those who hold the views. It often happens that prejudice is denied by one in whom others confidently assert it. Nevertheless, for practical purposes, this difficulty is not great. Race prejudice is recognized as a feeling of antipathy or a tendency to withdraw or limit one's contacts toward the members of a certain racial group. It is important to observe that race prejudice is typically a collective thing. It characterizes a group. It is not private, it is public. Of course, the manifestations are individual, but the point is that race prejudice is of no importance unless the same or similar attitudes and feelings occur in many people at once. Race prejudice then belongs in the field of public opinion or public sentiment, t.e. It is of importance also to point out that race prejudice is attached to the soil. It characterizes a given area, and a study of race prejudice can never be adequately made without a map. The significance of this fact arises when we discover that individuals migrating into an area where a certain prejudice exists tend to acquire it although it was absent from their original region. One cannot discuss the subject concretely without a reference to certain areas. The student thinks of the prejudice against Jews in Romania, against N&Gros in Mississippi, against Japanese in California. In attempting to understand the nature of race prejudice, it is important to observe its wide extent. The Japanese have been referred to as the object of prejudice in California, but in Japan, the ETA people, who number well over 1 million, are the objects of an extreme form of prejudice. An ETA is not supposed to enter the temple for worship. In one recorded instance, an ETA insisted on being allowed to worship and said to those who deterred him, "I also am a human being. Why cannot I worship the gods?" The crowd set upon him and he was killed. When his friends complained to the magistrate, they were told, "1 human being is equal to 7 Etas. A man cannot be punished for killing 1/7 of a man. Come back to me when 6 more of you have been killed." There is prejudice against the Eurasians in China, against the natives, the mulattoes and Hindus in South Africa, against the Mexicans in southern Texas, against the Jews in most parts of the world, and so on around the map. If now we inquire into the conditions under which the phenomenon appears, we are able to say that there is a quantitative requirement or precondition which seems necessary. If only a few members of an alien group appear, they do not usually call out any such attitudes. The first Japanese were received with every evidence of welcome. 30 years ago, a Japanese gentleman married an American girl in Chicago. The wedding was the occasion of widespread interest, and one newspaper devoted a whole page of its Sunday edition to pictures and description of the event. The prejudice against them did not arise until they had appeared in far larger numbers. The same remark applies to the Armenian in the West. In Natal in South Africa, the British residents invited and imported men from India to work. This was in. They were welcomed, and it is agreed that their labor saved the colony from financial disaster. 30 years later there were more than 100,000, and the prejudice against them was intense. There were Jim Crow laws for the railroads, but they were forbidden on the streetcars altogether. Moreover, they were forbidden to walk on the sidewalk, and restrictions and social ostracism took an extreme form. These and similar facts have led to the statement, very widely accepted, that race prejudice is caused by economic competition. Undoubtedly economic competition does occasion such sentiments, but it appears not to be everywhere the case. There is at present a widespread and very strong feeling in China against 2 racial groups, the Japanese and the English. Not only has there been an economic boycott, merchants refusing to handle the goods from these nations, but the coolies have refused to work for any Englishman or Japanese, and prominent Chinese have dropped their membership in clubs because of their feelings. This movement is so recent that we can state the facts with confidence. The Japanese hostility was occasioned by the fear of aggression, brought to a dramatic climax by the 21 demands, while the hostility to the English grew out of their refusal in the Washington Conference to allow the Chinese to regulate their own tariff provisions. In both cases the feeling was stirred up by the Chinese students who were hardly in any noticeable condition of competition, at least economic. The students petitioned the government, interviewed the merchants, and harangued the coolies. The effect was quite typical, but the cause is not apparently the one ordinarily assigned. Race prejudice has often been asserted by popular writers to be instinctive or hereditary. While this is apparently a complete misstatement, it is a very excusable one. The error arises from the normal tendency of unsophisticated people to confuse the customary with the natural. When children grow up in a community, they take on the customs and attitudes prevailing, some of which are very old while others are quite recent in origin. But the children can make no distinction between the new and the old, and when the attitudes have become second nature, they are often thought of as innate or natural. It is said to be in the blood. That this is not true can be shown by a comparison in space and time of the same racial stock in respect of this prejudice. The English in South Africa manifested to an intense degree, as they do also in China against the natives, in sections of Canada against the French, and in parts of India and particularly in Australia. Yet these same English in New Zealand do not have much prejudice against the Maoris, who differ from them far more in complexion and civilization than do the Canadian French. Moreover, the prejudice against Jews in England has greatly mitigated. No doubt some exists, but it is undeniable that there has been an important modification in the direction of assimilation. Nor is it possible to assert that wherever two races meet each other there will be prejudice. A list of the areas where it does occur would be too long, but we may repeat that in South Africa the English have prejudice against at least 4 groups, and in Turkey the phenomenon was intense. The Poles and Lithuanians furnish an extreme example. The prejudice between the French and English in Canada has been mentioned. The Negroes in the United States are the objects of it, while in Haiti it is possible to describe a prejudice of the blacks against the whites. The French have their anti-Semitism, which is perhaps most severe in Romania. The list, if complete, would be very long, but I mentioned that in the last few months in Chicago there has developed a racial prejudice between the Polish and the Mexicans, due in part to economic competition and to certain tragic events that accentuated the feeling. On the other hand, race prejudice is relatively absent from Switzerland. The English have lost much of their feeling against the Jews. 3 races live without race prejudice in Brazil. There is no prejudice against the Indians in Mexico as Indians. 2 races live without prejudice in New Zealand. Several racial groups live together without prejudice in Hawaii, and the phenomenon has never occurred in Greenland, in the southern portions of which the common racial type is a mixture of Nordic and Eskimo blood. If now we inquire more specifically into the conditions of race prejudice, it appears that in all cases there is some form of conflict. It may be, and often is, a struggle for money, work, bread, but in many cases it is a struggle for position, status, social prominence, and when it occurs there seems to be an necessity for a definite group consciousness. An esprit de corps arises in one group in contrast to their conception of the other. It is interesting to notice that prejudice is thus double-edged. The prejudice against one group arises with the prejudice for another. Prejudice is the other end of one type of loyalty. It is this fact that has made it so easy for those who defend race prejudice and exclusion to present plausible arguments and rationalizations. The extreme form of race prejudice, or perhaps better, one extreme limit of its development, results in a condition of stability in which it is sometimes difficult to recognize the main features of prejudice. I refer to the accommodation or acceptance of the situation on both sides, in which case the inferior group ceases to struggle against the controlling one. This characterizes much of the relation between the Southern masters and their slaves before the war. It is seen in its extreme form in the caste system of India. Now it would be a profitless argument to insist that caste is not prejudice, but for the fact that the acceptance does alter the whole psychology. At the present time when caste in India is beginning to disintegrate, prejudice is more easy to find. Now the caste lines are, or were, extremely rigid. The members of a caste had the same occupation, and what we call the social ladder which is used by the social climbers did not and could not exist. A poor man's children could never expect to rise in the world by getting into another group. Moreover, a person could not marry save in his own caste. He could not eat with another not in his own caste, his meals must not be cooked except by one of his own caste, neither could the cooked food be handled by anyone of another group. The interesting thing to the psychologist here is in the form which the defense of such a situation normally takes. Anyone familiar with the literature of educate Indians on this subject will recall how often the condition has been defended as being desirable because of the benefits to civilization and humanity which flow from loyalty to one's own group. Exactly the same arguments occur in the writings of Americans in general and Southerners in particular on the question of race mixture in the South. The current activity of the Ku Klux Klan abounds in highly idealistic phrases of loyalty and devotion to the precious heritage of the superior group. Race prejudice takes the form of altruistic devotion. The hostility masquerades as love, and the wolf of hatred wears the sheep's clothing of affection and solicitude for the beloved group. This leads us to the question of the motives which govern race prejudice, and the social psychologists have discovered an important principle which applies. It is now known that in the case of an ancient custom the motives are certain to vary. This is partly due to the fact that the custom is more difficult to change than its motive. Children carry on the custom without any motive, and if the old motive must be given up, a new one spontaneously arises, and men try to phrase their motives so that others will not condemn them. It is hard to imagine the published defense of race exclusion assigned to the motive of hatred or of fear. It is not conscious hypocrisy. It is the normal thing in human nature to attempt to make our actions appear as defensible as possible. There are thus survivals in the plays and games of children, in the customs of weddings, funerals, and baptisms which go back to rather humble origins but which continue from approved modern motives. Likewise with race prejudice. Sometimes the despised race is represented as inferior, but a recent writer in California defended the severity toward the Japanese and concluded with the statement, "If the Japanese are superior people, so much the worse." One can read rationalizations which take the form of a pseudo-scientific assertion, that while both races may be good, the mixture is bad. There is nothing in this except the ingenuity of an anther who rather pathetically grasps at a poor reason when he has had to abandon the others. Race prejudice thus can be shown to be founded not on reason but on sentiments lying deeper, and to be relatively impervious to rational arguments. Defenders of the Negro can marshal many interesting and important facts. In the Negro in the United States owned homes, farms, and property to the value of $, at the present time they own homes, farms, and are worth $. They own acres of land, which is equal to the area of New Hampshire, Vermont, Massachusetts, Rhode Island, and Connecticut. These facts are very interesting and very important, but when they are quoted to a person who is defending race prejudice in America, their effect is sometimes absolutely nothing. In the concrete social phenomena, particularly those of a collective nature, we may distinguish two parts or elements. One of these is relatively changeable and arises from the need men feel to be logical and the desire they have to appear reasonable to their fellows. The other element is relatively invariable and is based upon, or the expression of the interests and the emotions which lie deep in the personality. These are the social attitudes, and race prejudice is one of them. It is not the result of calm reasoning but arises from an emotional condition in a specific social setting. This attitude is defended by arguments but is not necessarily altered by counter-arguments. If the reasons assigned for the prejudice are shown to be bad, the usual effect will be the abandonment of the reasons and the assertion of new reasons for the same old attitude. Race prejudice, as will be later shown, can be lost and does on occasion disappear, but it is perhaps futile to expect the attitude to yield to mere arguments, though of course there is no reason why men who wish to argue may not do so. We may attempt to summarize the views here expressed under the following heads. Race prejudice is very widespread. It is almost universal. Indeed, sociologists would agree that it might appear anywhere on the planet and has actually been manifested by every racial group. Those who are the victims of exclusion in some areas are themselves exclusive in other places. The Chinese may be discriminated against in America. Ebony and Topaz. But the Chinese in China have exhibited the same antagonism against other racial groups. The Japanese are discriminated against, but at times they themselves are discriminating, and so with the peoples of India, whether Hindus or Mohammedans, not to mention the various color lines which exist among American Negroes. We shall therefore be most accurate in our formulation of race prejudice if we regard it as a natural phenomenon and normal in the sense in which Durkheim speaks of crime as normal or poverty or suicide, by which he means that under given conditions the statistical facts force the prediction that the phenomenon will continue to occur. Race prejudice is not one culture pattern but many. It takes many forms and exhibits many degrees. There is always involved a collective attitude of exclusiveness, the object of prejudice being kept at a greater distance than the members of one's own race. But this social distance varies, and a rough measure or scale could be made, and has indeed been attempted. The members of the out-group are in some places completely excluded from every form of contact, as for example in India, where the very shadow of an untouchable is a contamination, or again, the out-group may mingle freely in public thoroughfares but may not sit as neighbors in a public assembly. Sometimes the line is drawn at eating together, where it forbids or permits public assemblies of a religious nature, and so on through separate scales to complete social equality and the approved courtship and marriage between the young people of the two groups. The exact conditions under which the line is drawn in each case might be historically accounted for, but there is little or no logic in it, and it can easily be shown to be absurd. As before remarked, however, one may admit the absurdity and retain the attitude. When race prejudice arises, it appears to follow a pattern which has been set locally in the Maoris, if such pattern be present. Thus the extreme form of exclusiveness toward the Indians in South Africa can only be explained by the previously acquired attitudes toward the native Negroes. Feeling against the Indians was no higher in Natal than against the Japanese in California, but the form of exclusion is different, and this pattern was followed in each case. A recent court decision in Mississippi excludes Chinese from the public schools. This is understandable if we recall the pattern existing with reference to the Negroes in the South. It may be called a certain consistency in exclusiveness and follows a certain law of habit. If prejudice arises where there is no pattern or tradition, it may take original forms. Thus the children of the slave women in the South who were not acknowledged by their fathers and who lived with their mothers brought about the classification of mulattoes and full-bloods as members of the same excluded group. In the Portuguese colonies, where such children were recognized and publicly acknowledged by the father, the mulatto came to be classed with the white group. In Cape Colony the mulatto received certain concessions, as for example, the right to vote, which tended to make them into a third caste, quite different from the situation in the two other cases. Race prejudice having arisen, it may be intensified or mitigated by social experiences. It is aggravated by any conflict between the groups. If conflict ceases entirely, a condition of equilibrium known as accommodation ensues and the feeling is reduced to a minimum. If, however, the conflict or hostility arises in a form where the in-group and out-group unite against a common antagonist or enemy, the result is always to mitigate the prejudice and to act in the direction of its removal. During the World War there was a period when the Negro soldiers and the Negro manpower were regarded as valuable assets to the nation. Men who had never done so before used the words we and us to include the Negro and white groups taken together. Had the conflict lasted longer, and had it at the same time threatened to go against us, this common feeling would have been more enduring. What happened is a matter of common knowledge. The unexpected armistice released the tension, and in some places a very strong reaction took place. Nevertheless, the period is part of the experience of the nation, and the ultimate result in social evolution will be affected by what happened in Race prejudice is increased both in intensity and in duration when to the difference in heredity is added the factor of religious or other social barrier. Anti-Semitism seems almost perennial, and part of the explanation may be looked for in the multiplicity of barriers to freedom of social intercourse. Each new wave of immigration supplies a group who differ even in dress. Dietary differences are by no means negligible, though these tend to disappear, but the religious separation continues, to accentuate and emphasize the objects of exclusion when the original motives and occasions have disappeared. Still, it is possible to overstate this point. The definition of the we group and out group depends upon the arousal of group consciousness, and this may take place in disregard of any single type of separation, whether religious, racial, or any other. The massacre at Amritsar united for the time being men in South India with the inhabitants of the Punjab in an intense feeling of brotherhood in spite of many differences and in spite of ancient historical antipathy. It is a common practice of Hindu students in American universities to wear a turban or some distinctive mark so that they will not be classed as Negroes. Yet it sometimes happens that a series of unpleasant experiences will entirely change this attitude. And the Hindu will class himself as a colored man, aligning himself with the American Negro. This phenomenon follows the normal law of group consciousness, which perhaps needs no further illustration. Race prejudice can not only be mitigated, it can disappear. In many cases it has entirely disappeared, and in other situations it is obviously decreasing. The Norman conquest of England was followed by a period of racial hostility and prejudice, but at the present time there is hardly a vestige of the feeling remaining. There was an unmistakable race prejudice against German immigrants in this country, and the successive groups of Germans, Irish and French felt the effects of this same phenomenon. At the present time the race prejudice against these three groups is hardly more than vestigial. The hostility which the Germans and Irish encountered is now turned against Italians, Poles, Mexicans, and others, but there seems no discoverable difference between the treatment of these last and the way in which the former groups were originally received. If we inquire more particularly into the stages of integration, it seems that there can be distinguished certain generalized aspects. There is first of all the gradual taking over of the customs of the dominant group. This is observed first in the costumes, particularly the costumes of the men who go freely among the natives, and of the children and young people who are sensitive to the criticism of those among whom they move. Costume is more conservative in the case of the older women, chiefly because of the domestic isolation. Next follows the matter of language. The first generation learns to talk English if possible, but they are sometimes too busy. The second generation has usually two languages, but the third generation often discards the heritage of their fathers for the custom of the country. The sociologist sees in the public schools of America the real melting pot. The immigrant children are confronted with the new culture in a way that forces them to adopt it. The methods are sometimes brutal, the ridicule of the natives being the most cruel weapon, and because the children are young and defenseless they capitulate rather promptly and are absorbed into the cultural life of their schoolmates. We can generalize all these processes under the head of common experiences which, as before mentioned, are the sources of group consciousness and group loyalty. The biracial committees in the South have often been little more than informal conferences by leading members of both races to talk over a situation to see what can be done. These committees help to create a temporary we group and add ever so little to the stock of traditions which forms the stream of social evolution. An important means or method for the mitigation of race prejudice lies in the realm of art. To join with an Irish girl in order to help her persuade her father to let her marry a Jewish boy is not given to many Americans. But in the theater we may do this for 2 interesting and amusing hours. Art is an experience, a sort of vicarious experience, and yet however vicarious it may be, it is an emotional experience and always modifies our emotional attitudes. The exhibition of primitive African sculpture may have little effect, but it may have some. The reading of a powerful novel in which the human qualities of another race are made appealing acts like a powerful social cement to bind together the hitherto unconnected fragments of a social body. Of course, art can work both ways. The Negroes objected to the birth of the nation and the Klansmen. No one who strongly desired the disappearance of race prejudice between whites and Negroes would care to see this drama continue in its popularity. Indeed, it may be thought of as a direct reaction to Uncle Tom's Cabin. Race prejudice being at the same time a collective and an emotional condition, it is modified slowly. It is not an individual phenomenon, though every serious individual modification may be theoretically assumed to have some effect on the whole. The important point is that the subjective emotions are only half, the other half being the external conditions and organized regulations. It is only partly true to say that religious emotions or principles can remove it. This would be to neglect the necessity of a change in the external conditions. There is, therefore, a double problem, the one psychological, the other institutional. Any attempt to study it or to change it without recognizing this is apparently doomed to disappointment. This is the sense in which race prejudice is appropriately called a natural phenomenon. It changes slowly, but it does change. A too sudden modification, either of attitude or institution, is not only impermanent in character but tends to be followed by a reaction which temporarily leaves the last state worse than the first. But to call race prejudice a natural phenomenon is not to assume that it should be endured or accepted. If we may call race prejudice natural, we must also admit suicide, murder, and automobile accidents into this same class. These disturb us and we try to mitigate them, but perhaps we shall never wholly succeed. Nevertheless, the unwelcome effects are undeniable and should be clearly kept in mind. Race prejudice is narrowing. It may intensify loyalty to one's own group, it certainly produces blindness when members of the out-group are considered. We regard as human those whom we can sympathize with, whose motives we understand, and whose feelings we recognize to be like our own. The barriers men erect in prejudice make it sometimes difficult, sometimes impossible to regard the member of an excluded group as being wholly human. If we fight the Germans, we tend to regard them as Huns, as man-like beasts, as cruel savages. If we exclude Negroes, we call them inferior or patronize them as being emotionally gifted but intellectually deficient. Reactionaries of today speak of the South Europeans as coming from unassimilable stocks. Sometimes a man who feels this way writes a book to prove it and calls it science. But let us not be deceived in such a culture trait. There is always an emotional element which is difficult to alter and even hard to make explicit. It is a sentiment of race prejudice, and it narrows the individual life and always weakens the society where it exists. The effect of race prejudice on individuals who hold it is to limit their power of discrimination. It blinds a man to differences where these would otherwise be easily seen. Persons are treated according to a stereotype and not as separate and distinct individualities. This is a sort of mental laziness due to the emotional attitude which, being directed toward a class, is manifested toward the varying members of the class as if it did not vary. The object of this paper has been to show that the desire to change a prejudice is more likely to succeed if we first understand fully the nature of prejudice. Those who are interested in removing a social attitude are more apt to succeed if they first are successful in understanding why people have the attitude who do have it. Ellsworth Ferris, University of Chicago. Sybil warns her sister. By Ann Spencer. It's dangerous for a woman to defy the gods. To taunt them with the tongue's thin tip. Or strut in the weakness of mere humanity. Or draw a line daring them to cross. The gods who own the searing lightning. The drowning waters, the tormenting fears. The anger of red sins. Oh, but worse still if you mince along timidly, dodge this way or that, or kneel, or pray. Or be kind, or sweat agony drops. Or lay your quick body over your feeble young, if you have beauty or plainness, tf celibate. Or vowed the gods are juggernaut, passing over each of us. Or this you may do. Lock your heart, then, quietly. And, lest they peer within. Tight no lamp when dark comes down. Raise no shade for sun. Breathless must your breath come through. If you'd die and dare deny The gods their godlike fun. Some observations on the American race problem. By Eugene Kinkle Jones. Recently, I had the pleasure of visiting the cinema version of Harriet Beecher Stowe's Uncle Tom's Cabin. So well is the story portrayed that one finds himself living the life of the characters in the slave period of American history. At the end, Eliza and the other members of the Harris family are reunited as the Union soldiers bring freedom to the slaves Sherman's army pass. In the plantation of Simon Legree, Eliza's and Uncle Tom's master, at the psychological moment. One sees Old Glory once more flashing triumphantly over the land, and suddenly with the finest the theater lights flash on and I am transported over a period of 62 years to find myself once more in America in, a Negro facing many whites all of whom seem to be saying what a metamorphosis. How can it be that these same men of 60 years ago now possess so many of those qualities which reflect civilization as we know it? The period of the Negro's life as free men in America since the Civil War has been the most progressive period of the Negro's experience anywhere in the world, and it is doubtful that any group of human PEMs anywhere has made as much advancement under similar circumstances as they have made in so short a time. The last 15 years of this period have been the most favorable of this 60-odd-year period. The social forces at work during the time just before the entrance of America into the World War and the demand on the Negro during and since the war are recorded as stimuli to this remarkable advancement. But one should not overlook the fact that the Negro must long have been on the alert for the appearance of his chance, and was psychologically prepared to throw himself vigorously into situations from which he would emerge with profit. In the very beginning of the race's life as free men in the South, it was a group of saintly, self-effacing white missionaries, men and women, of the North who went to the South, established schools for the education of the Negro and breathed the spirit of hope into this benighted group, that has since been leading Negroes out of the wilderness of ignorance and despair. Many persons today are under the impression that race relations are more strained in America now than at any time during the past 50 years. But my opinion is that this is due to confusion in thinking. The situation should be appraised relatively. It is true that the spirit of tolerance seems to be strained in certain quarters, although no one would question the statement that the attitude of white employers towards their Negro servants and other menial and unskilled employees is much better. The point of strained relations seems to be where Negroes who have gained education and industrial efficiency seek choice positions or better homes in neighborhoods where whites because of their economic status have not before had Negro neighbors. My impression is that these evidences of intolerance are the inevitable results of the so-called inferior group bringing pressure on their obstacles as they themselves acquire higher living and intellectual standards and assume the rights and the attitude of developing men. And in the game of life, just as in athletic contests, the opposition is greatest nearest the goal line. To illustrate this point, 45 years ago, in Richmond, Virginia, the public schools maintained by the city for colored children had local white teachers. My father, a native of Virginia, but a graduate of Colgate University, Hamilton, New York, who was then teaching in one of the missionary schools in Richmond, began to advocate the employment of Negro teachers in Negro public schools there. His argument was that if the Negroes were to be separately educated, they should have their own teachers. And if the white teachers were to be associated in the schools with the colored children and brought into frequent contact in conferences with the pupils' parents, he saw no reason why the system should not be extended and Negro and white children be educated together in the same schools. He was publicly attacked in the white press and by white clergymen as a Negro advocating miscegenation and amalgamation of the races. Today there are colored teachers in all the public schools there, and it is not considered at all out of place for a Negro leader to advocate the use of colored men as principals of the colored schools. Already we see many evidences of the acceptance of the Negro in his new status. Naturally, you would look for this evidence at the top. Negro intellectuals find very little discrimination in the intellectual world. Artists, musicians, literary men of both races mingle freely in the discussion of their major interests. And this is not only true in the North, but it is increasingly becoming true in the South. Students in Southern white and Negro colleges are having joint group discussions, and there is talk of exchange professorships on special sociological problems between certain Southern white and colored colleges. Within the Eugene Kinkle Jones. From a drawing by Francis Holbrook. Last 6 months in one of the largest Southern cities, an intellectual white man entertained his friends of similar interests in honor of a popular Negro poet. Among the masses, there are evidences also of a growing understanding. Of course, it takes about 25 years for the theories expounded in the universities to gain currency among the people at large, but the confusion that has been created by the failure of the theories as to racial inferiority when decided by unbiased scientific measurements has led the outstanding professors in anthropology, psychology, and sociology to admit to their students that at least these beliefs have not been substantiated, and before many years America will admit, at least as much as Lothrop Stoddard does, that any separation of the races must be based not upon ideas of inferiority of racial groups but only on the theory of difference, even though this difference has not been and will not be explained. Slavery left attitudes in whites towards Negroes which the generations since have not entirely eradicated. But gradually Negroes are being recorded as persons capable of becoming self-contained individuals who do not have to depend upon white suff_ference and philanthropy for their salvation. This is the most encouraging phase of the whole relationship, and it should stimulate philanthropy to more determined endeavor in behalf of the Negro group. As this is America's ideal, that its citizenry shall be able to adjust themselves to their environment and make of themselves self-possessed, independent, resourceful, productive citizens. No matter what the disposition of the whites as a whole may be to hinder or to help, measurable social improvement in the Negro must be provided for in any permanent solution of the so-called problem. Some years ago, it was common practice among social and medical scientists to point out the evidence of Negro inferiority in terms of higher death rates and lower physical resistance to diseases. Now, with the Negro mortality figures standing about where the white mortality figures were in America 12 or 15 years ago and gradually getting better, one never hears a reputable physician or statistician presenting such evidence. Similarly, criminologists cited relative prison population figures to indicate the lower moral status of the Negro. When during the Prohibition period we see the Negro prison population of North Carolina and South Carolina decreasing and the white prison population greatly increasing to the point where the proportions tend to be equal, critics of the Negro's morals are silenced. Of course, the atrocity and the violence with which whites in high places have enacted crimes against person, property and the state have never been approached by Negroes of any standing whatsoever in America, and I have personally witnessed many a white audience wilt in a discussion of the subject of Negro crime when a Negro lecturer has facetiously stated, "When will we in America ever make good Americans out of these white people by stopping them from robbing our country's oil, lands, and padding the amounts of our public improvements, and doing away with their husbands and wives in order to be safe in clandestine meetings with the third angle of the triangle?" Personnel managers and large employers of labor no longer speak of Negroes' lack of industrial capacity, efficiency, or skill, although they had never employed them. The wartime and post-war experience with Negro labor under favorable circumstances has exploded these myths about the Negro's industrial ability. Now it is only a question, employers say, as to whether their white employees will stand for the employment of Negro workers. While national legislation has provided the atmosphere for the race's development in a democratic form of government, the means by which Negroes could acquire most of this unusual progress have been furnished by social, educational, and religious agencies, many of them state or municipally supported, but most of them privately maintained. When all of the social agencies in New York touching Negro life, the Family Welfare Group, baby saving movements, community and settlement houses, employment finding and stabilizing agencies, health education interests, churches combine to wage warfare on the high infant mortality among Negroes in New York City and succeed in reducing the death rate of Negro babies to a point less than the infant mortality was 10 years before, and actually less than the white infant mortality in the very district where the Negro rate was more than 3 times that of the whole city prior to the campaign. Of course, skeptics of the question of the Negro's ability to become acclimated to northern city life are convinced of their error and are still inst. I do not lose sight of those prejudiced individuals who see in this reduction itself a danger to so-called white supremacy and who would rather see Negro babies die than live. But this group is giving away to enlightened intelligence, even though in many cases the motive is self-interest, as they know that a diseased germ knows no color line and a diseased Negro is a menace not only to well Negroes but to healthy white persons also. When we take cognizance of the increase in the Negro population in Detroit from, into, in, and observe the satisfactory economic and industrial adjustments there with the aid of the Urban League, the YMCA, the YWCA, and the churches and other Negro and white social agencies, one can no longer say that competitive industrial life in the northern city is too strenuous for the Negro and that the agricultural South is the only place for him. Evidences of the effort being put forth to crystallize sentiment in favor of the Negro may be noted in nearly every important social agency, local or national, where the two races come within the scope of the organization's activities. I think it is pretty generally conceded that regardless of the kindly attitude towards Negroes of a certain simple, harmless type, the Negro as a group needs special aid, as does every handicapped group, to meet the issues of life and to rise in the social scale and thus to merit and receive the approbation of his dominant neighbors. Practically every community chest organization or local council social agencies in cities where Negroes constitute a goodly proportion of the population has noted the social needs among this element of the citizenry, and many of them have interracial committees as member agencies, and support definite pieces of social work in behalf of the Negro population. The Boy Scouts of America, the Federal Council of Churches of Christ in America, and the Young Men's Christian Association have national interracial committees, and the American Social Hygiene Association, the Young Men's Christian Association, the Young Women's Christian Association, and the International Big Brother and Big Sister organizations have special work going on in behalf of the Negro population, and in all of these organizations except one, there is Negro representation on their governing boards. Most criticism by Negroes of activities with the Negro group is based upon uncertainty as to the best method to solve the problem. The Negroes are not satisfied with half a loaf. The whites are not inclined to give a whole loaf. In the shuffle, many cases of injustice may be noted. Many cases of fruitless effort accompanied by excellent intentions may be recorded. But the curve indicating the trend is upward, and a better day is dawning for race relations in America. The migration of Negroes to the north has been accompanied by a tremendous migration of the southern whites to the north. Northern capital and business interest are being directed in a greater degree annually to the south. The former movement has precipitated an increasing interest in the problems of the Negro on the part of the northern whites, and the latter has generated a stronger resolve on the part of southern whites to make an honest effort to help solve the racial difficulties in the interest of the country as a whole as well as in the South. The meeting together of these 3 points of view, that of the northern white, that of the southern white, and that of the Negro, will produce an interesting understanding and will actually result in a better attitude towards the Negro on the part of the whites. America will profit as a consequence, and the cause of human understanding and betterment will be promoted. Arabesques. By Frank Horn. Down in Georgia a danglin' nigger hangin' in a tree. _ Kicks holes in the laughing sunlight a little red-haired Trish girl. Gray eyes and a blue dress. A little black babe. In a lacy white cap. The soft red lips of the little red head kiss so tenderly the little black head. Gray eyes smile into black eyes, and the gay sunlight laughs joyously in a burst of gold. Down in Georgia a danglin' nigger hangin' in a tree _ Kicks holes in the laughing sunlight. Phantom color lines *. By T.A.R. Renat Hill. B.A.W. Much of the Negro's failure to cure employment is his own fault. Though many would answer that most positions are denied because of Stances chargeable to race. They would tell aptly of instances in which forces beyond the control of the colored applicant or worker kept him out of a job or retarded his promotion. Eligibility would not be questioned, since chivalry in war and long citizenship are presumed to establish fitness, and since the Negro's bravery in battle and loyalty to country are acknowledged facts, he is by virtue of such entitled to employment. This irrational conception of values is passing, but it still clings to a class who regards such historical shibboleths as prima facie evidence of acceptability. Racial prejudice. Seldom caste prejudice is to the casual observer the cause of practically all the dilemmas Negroes encounter in their occupations. A worker, seeing his fellow white workers advancing above him, can assign no cause for it other than disfavor for his race and a corresponding favor for all other races and nationalities. This is of course a complex question. In it is the recalcitrance of labor unions, the open and subtle antagonism of the snobbish employee, the deliberate revolt of light-headed youth whose bias permits of little reasoning on this or any other subject, the naivete of the employer who honestly believes the N&Gro incapable of skilled or professional tasks, the dogma of employers who blatantly admit their color prejudices, the traditional hatred of class units who fear the entrance of Negroes into unaccustomed fields, and the public ignorance of the measured steps Negroes have made in recent years. In it, too, is the listlessness of Negro workers, their failure to grasp the subjectiveness of manual labor, the result of which is the absence of a middle group profitably employed, intraracial antagonism revolting against Negro supervision in plants, and the unchecked respecting industrial education against which seldom an effective protest is uttered. I know Negroes who have worn down their morale in a fruitless effort to secure decent living. I know many who have been discharged when their racial identity became known. Such incidents, and the mockery which makes them incidents, are reitable. They suggest a tonic that might have found place in Stuart Chase's Tragedy of Waste. But even at this point, where unfairness is plainly revealed, we ask if the Negro should not share a part of the blame for the state of public thought that permits such experiences to continue unabated. That this has happened so frequently to well-trained Negro youth is of itself reason to ask what is being done to prevent it. A bird may be shot upward to the skies by a foreign force, but it rises in the true sense of the word, only when it spreads its own wings and soars by its own living power. So a man may be thrust upward into a conspicuous place by outward accidents, but he rises only in so far as he exerts himself, and expands his best faculties, and ascends by a free effort to a noble region of thought and action. Thus did William Ellery Channing define elevation for the working classes. Applying this formula to Negro workers, one is moved to overlook failures because the past has not provided opportunity for independent thought and action. Members of this race did not emerge from slavery free moral agents of their own destinies. Freed in the latter half of the 19th century, they helped America struggle for and secure ascendancy over her European rivals. But they could not rise when slavery had left them doubtful of their own value, unprepared for industrial labor and illiterate. Negroes were emerging from serfdom when the princely fortunes of the elder captains of wealth were taking form. They had neither personal qualifications of heart or mind, and they had no encouragement from others to cor the untouched resources that are the foundation of big estates. The Negro had to be educated. He had to house himself without the aid of masters. He had to work to feed himself and family. There was no time for planning a future. There is no desire to cavil over the racial shortcomings that may be traced to the effects of slavery. The criticism is not that the race did not make preeminent progress in occupational spheres, but rather that today they give little thought to achieving it. The proportion of Negroes 10 years of age and over gainfully employed, approximately 60%, is larger than that of any other group in the census reports for. The distribution is likewise disproportioned. Of the Negroes employed, the proportion engaged in the trades, professional service and clerical occupations is far below the average for all classes. The average in domestic and personal service is higher, and in transportation the average is not far below. They are numerically strong in agriculture, forming % of the workers employed in this industry. They are losing ground in domestic and personal service. They have usually been employed when white labor was not available and often discharged when the white shortage subsided. Though they have made undeniable progress in recent years, expanding their diversification until it includes in New York and Chicago practically all important occupations, they are still confined to unskilled and the most onerous tasks, and are often underpaid. The cessation of immigration from abroad, if continued long enough, will undoubtedly be beneficial to them. If the immigration restrictions are modified so as to permit throngs of aliens to rush to our shores, competition between Negroes and immigrants will again be set up, just as it was in the 60s and 70s when results disastrous to Negroes ensued. All in all, the future is uncertain. It rests upon the Negro's own application to a degree of indispensability that will make replacement unnecessary and expensive. Some progress is being made in this direction, doubtless the result of exposure to rigid industrial requirements. Critical observations of themselves by groups of workers, called to discuss their problems in industry, are typical of the introspection going on in many parts of the country. The following comments were made in such a conference in Milwaukee. An attendant at an oil filling station said his ungovernable temper had caused him to lose several jobs. On his present job he has seen some of the white attendants bawled out by the superintendent for various reasons but took it calmly. The following day all seemed well. The men did not lose their temper and quit work. He was following their example now and felt if other Negroes did likewise they would not change jobs so much and learn there is really nothing to a lot of this bawling out. A molder having been on one job about 2.5 years said, "Every day I work side by side with white men, some have been snobbish but are my best friends. Men who have molded many years longer than himself have given him a number of fine points which he didn't know." Feels if colored men in various lines take the same interest with other colored men who may be new on the job it will be of much help. Also found since he has become a homeowner he gains more respect from the superintendent. A sandblaster said that he has had audience with the foundry superintendent as to why some colored men were not promoted to mechanical jobs. Superintendent felt Negroes couldn't make good on technical work, seemed to be thick-headed. Said he noticed white boys were given jobs as apprentices and were better qualified from a technical point of view. He also said the Negroes' temper and lack of stability in many instances had caused foremen to refuse them jobs in their department. He stated one colored man had 9 fights on a job in one day. Mr. J said he had been a molder on one job for years. There are a number of jobs, particularly the better paying jobs, which are not given Negroes. Some molding jobs pay whites more than Negroes on same pattern. He said that most of the prejudices which he had experienced came from sub-foremen because they were prejudiced. The Negro worker lacks apperception. He is part of an industrial plant but not part of the industrial life of a community. He does not think seriously of his work as he does of his lodge and his church. Unlike the professional man who knows the organizations he should join, the laws and the ethics he must obey, the fee he is to collect, the periodicals he should read, and certain routine he must follow, the manual worker enters upon his duties knowing nothing of and caring less for the besetments he is sure to encounter. He philosophizes on the Negro problem, but never on the economic side of it except to assign causes for failure. It is not exceptional to find one who can recite verbatim long passages from a ritual of a lodge and who can interpret adequately its purposes and precepts. Recently I heard presidents of 2 Negro colleges say that not enough attention is being given to the men and women who toil with their hands. One felt that the whole system of industrial education in the private schools and colleges will have to be reshaped, in order to meet the demands of today. He other believed that the average Negro worker, as distinguished from the professional man, does not know what it's all about. Colored employees are far removed from the problems which concern organized workers. They take little or no pains to learn the laws which govern and protect wage earners in the various states of the Union. They are unfamiliar with the charges of scabbing and the significance of these charges made against them so often by Union members. They are unacquainted with the successes of members of their race who have won, by virtue of personal worth, places in the skilled and industrial forces of the country. They still expect advances in positions without corresponding advances in preparation. The more than 60 national secret and fraternal organizations among Negroes in the United States have an estimated membership of upwards of 2,500,000. Their property holdings are thought to exceed $25 million. They have large bank deposits in white institutions, sometimes said to aggregate more than $1 million in a separate bank. They make extended plans for sickness and death but little provision for economic security. They have great difficulty financing a building of modest dimensions. The added strength to these fraternal organizations and to the race, if they should give attention to business and commerce, would be tremendous. The potentialities for corporal development by virtue of resources, material and human in these fraternal organizations, would long have been seized upon by any group properly conscious of its strength and sufficiently aware of the relationship between economics and the whole problem of the Negro in this country. There were according to the Negro Year book, churches with communicants and Sunday schools with scholars. Church properties were valued at $. They contribute comfortable sums to home and foreign missions, have some splendid denominational publishing houses, make provisions for retired ministers and give large sums to educational and beneficent institutions. The Negro Church is the most poignant illustration of organization the race possesses. But their material contributions have been confined almost wholly to the acquiring and building of church properties. There is latent within this group, long accustomed to unified effort, monetary and mental resources that should be released to a more substantial racial achievement. LN charging that the Negro lacks apperception am not forgetting the criticisms of inefficiency which so frequently are lodged against them by those who know only part of the problem. As to how proficient a group of colored workers is when compared with a similar group of workers of another race, there is considerable difference of opinion among employers who hire them. What we often mistake for lack of ability or lack of will to do is but an effect, the cause of which has deep psychological foundation. Thus the significance of work in the pattern of life is not appreciated. Inability to remove the obstacles of racial discrimination has dwarfed the faculties the Negro needs for this conception. As a consequence, he reasons that a job is but a job and that no matter how industrious he may become, he will remain hopelessly tied to casual occupations. In the midst of such despondency, the National Negro Business League can never thrive to the point its leaders would have it. The trouble is not wholly with the merchants. It is partly within the cerebral reactions of the masses of Negroes to Negro busyness, for the same disregard for economic relationship and value we have observed in industry and commerce is a vital deterrent to the success of busyness operated by the race. A Negro Business League must have other purposes than those which are connected with business. If Negro business would succeed, it must deal with a state of public mind which has not yet seen the parts of the problem in their relationship to the whole. There is room for correlation of effort in this field on the part of the Business League, the lodges, the churches, the schools and the social agencies. The prominence given today to the cultural achievements by Negroes makes it more necessary than ever that the economic side of Negro life should be strengthened. Most of the researches and practically all books have omitted discussions of this phase of Negro life. We need a more positive material foundation to maintain the host of intellectuals we so proudly boast of today. More than one professional man has moved within the past 6 months because there was not enough stability and permanence to Negro workers to support them. That we are denied opportunities for employment is partly due again to our neglect through our failure to popularize the successes attained at work. There is many an employer honestly ignorant of what we have achieved. There are a number who sincerely believe that trouble is fomented whenever white and colored workers are associated together. There are those who still persist that cold weather cannot be endured by sons of Ham from the torrid regions of the South. There are perhaps pioneers who have sacrificed along with their intellectual brothers and who have made valuable contributions to race relationship of whom we do not know. Their exploits have not been given publicity, and as such they do not provide incentives for others to do likewise, nor illustrate the possibilities in a field in which our capacity is so often case-toned. A large share of the Negro's failure to secure employment is his own fault, not so much the fault of the job seeker, but more the indifference of those whose positions entitle them to lead. We would improve the training which our schools are giving, adding courses that once were thought unnecessary because of the limitations in employment. We would appeal to a fair American sentiment to live up to appropriate ideals of democracy. We would have our white youth increase the understanding it is so rapidly acquiring of Negro life. We would continue to advise organized groups of employees to annex their fellow colored workers. But we would insist upon a more mature understanding and concentration than the Negro has yet given his work problems. In the guidance of this knowledge he must be helped by his leaders who have at their command resources for the infusion of the high spiritual substance against which foreign forces will thrust in vain. The Changing Status of the Mulatto by E. B. Reuter. It is a generally known fact that in the Wokosa Negro population of the United States Y/B's the group of biracial ancestry has con W/tribute more than its proportionate equals at share of prominent individuals. But the degree to which this is true is perhaps not realized outside the group of professional students. The names that come first to mind when the question of racial talent and leadership is mentioned: Douglas Washington, Tanner, Williams, Aldridge, Chestnut, Dubois, Johnson, et al. Are not the names of black men. Paul Laurence Dunbar, Kelly Miller, Roland Hayes, and Robert R. Moton are perhaps the only men of relatively uncontaminated Negro blood who have achieved a national reputation. In all fields of endeavor, in proportion to their number in the general Negro population, the mulattoes have furnished a disproportionate percentage of the conspicuously successful individuals. All through the period of Negro residence in America, the outstanding individuals of the race, in the great majority of cases, have been men of mixed blood. In the various slave insurrections they had a prominent part. Within the slave regime they were the ones least accommodated to the status of servitude, the ones who most often came into conflict with the institution, the ones who most frequently led others in revolt against the status. In the realm of intellectual and semi-intellectual pursuits their part was conspicuous. Benjamin Van Necker, perhaps the most capable of the early American Negroes, was a free man because of his descent from a white woman. James Durham, the Negro physician, was a mulatto. George Liele, Andrew Bryan, Samuel Haynes, and other early preachers of note were men of mixed ancestry. In the later days of the slave institution the percentage of mixed bloods among the leaders was high. With one or possibly two exceptions, the dozen or 20 col-ord men most prominent in the anti-slavery agitation were mulattoes. In the post-Civil War decades the mixed bloods were conspicuous in the political and other activities open to the members of the race. In the ministry, in the early literary and artistic strivings, and in the struggle against oppression the mulattoes played a leading role. The significance of this distribution of superior men has commonly been misunderstood. It seems on first blush to be somehow indicative of an underlying difference in capacity, to imply a marked superiority rooting in the fact of a white ancestry and relationship. This reading of the facts has been all the more acceptable for the reason that it contributes, in a not too subtle way, to the racial self-feeling of the culturally dominant group. The egocentric bias of popular thought has been reinforced by the biological bias of an unarrived psychology. The mixed ancestry of so many Negro leaders has given support to the biological bias at the same time that it has served as evidence to prove the incapacity of members of the Negro group. In the situation it is not beyond understanding that Negro writers have not emphasized the fact of mulatto leadership, that they have sometimes minimized it, and that in some cases they have attempted to refute the implied or asserted inferiority of the race by denial of the facts themselves. But such tactics are futile. Not only that, they are ill-advised. The facts will be known, and in the present case it is to the advantage of the racial group that they be known. In the cultural superiority of the mulatto lies what is, when comprehensively understood, the most complete refutation of the theory of Negro inferiority. It is, however, only within the past decade that the facts have been comprehensively understood and a tenable hypothesis has gained currency. And even today, and even among students of social and race psychology, the explanation of social phenomena in biological terms is perhaps the rule rather than the exception. An explanation of these facts it is usual to resort to the doctrine of racial inequality. Since the white man is superior to the Negro, the mulattoes, who are intermediate between the racial extremes, are superior to the one and inferior to the other. It does not appear to be necessary, however, to resort to this order of explanation in order to account for all the facts before us. Almost from the beginning of Western culture in America, distinctions were made in the servile class on the basis of blood intermixture. This was in part the result of the doctrine of white racial superiority. But there were other facts making for class separation on this basis. The first mulattoes were of course the result of primary crosses. They were the sons and daughters of white men or women. In consequence there was often a sentimental factor operating to favor the child. The relations between the parents of the mixed blood children, at least in some cases, were based on mutual affection. White men were sometimes inordinately fond of their colored babies. This matter of relationship and personal affection was a thing of first-rate importance in those cases where the mulattoes were children of the slave owner or of some member of his family. Being the owner as well as the father or uncle of the mulatto child, he was in a position to give it special consideration. The cases where the masters were the slave owners of their own relatives and favored them above other slaves are numerous. Such children were often freed, sometimes they were educated, and generally they were directed into the more stimulating and less deadening sorts of occupation. Another important factor in the differentiation came in very early. Some of the mulattoes were the children of white mothers and Negro fathers. When the question of the legal status of the N&Gros came to be defined in law, a distinction was made on the basis of parentage. It became a rule at law that the status of children should follow that of the mother, with the result that some percentage of the mulatto children were free persons. This group perhaps did not include a very considerable proportion of the total mulatto population, but it contributed to the increase of the group of free N&Gros and to the percentage of mulattoes in the group. The frequent emancipation by slaveholders of their mixed blood relatives also added to the mulatto character of the free Negro population. Within the slave order itself the mulattoes were commonly favored. The assumption of the greater native ability of the persons of mixed blood led to their being trained for skilled and semi-skilled occupations. They were most frequently selected for positions of responsibility and for positions involving personal and confidential relations. They were everywhere in demand for house servants. They were more generally than the average of the population, city residents. Whatever the reason, and the reasons were different in different cases, the mulattoes were commonly assigned to the more stimulating types of work, were given more education and freedom, and had the advantage of more contact and association with cultured people. The distinctions thus made in the Negro population afforded the mulattoes on the average more freedom and opportunity, and this registered very early in the greater cultural advance of these persons. Che furnished most of the individuals of any prominence and achievement. They came to occupy a somewhat special status. They stood somewhat apart from the field hands and common laborers. This class division was of course nowhere complete. There were always black men in the special positions, and there were always mulattoes among the field and labor gangs. Some of the leaders were black men. But the distinction was sufficiently marked to be recognized by the Negroes and the mulattoes as well as by the whites. And the explanation, subsequent for the most part to the fact, came to be the same for each of the groups. The external situation was reflected in the social and psychological attitudes. The sentiments and beliefs came to be in harmony with the external social order. Men developed the type of mind and the set of habits necessary to a tolerable life. The white group, superior in status and culture, developed the psychological characteristics that go with power and responsibility. The Negroes, repressed and backward, accommodated themselves to the inevitable and developed the reciprocal type of mind. In the situation, the mulatto was in cultural advance as well as in appearance an intermediate type of man. His white relationship, his somewhat superior status, and his greater degree of accomplishment raised him somewhat above the general level of the Negro population. But the same group of facts placed him below as well as outside the white group. The whites treated them as somewhat superior to the Negroes. They thought them superior and expressed the belief in their treatment. At the same time they believed them to be inferior to the whites and treated them as inferiors. The N&Gros, reflecting the white attitude in this as they did in most other matters, looked upon the mulattoes as being of a higher caste and as being natively superior men. In much the same way the mulattoes came typically to conceive of themselves. They were a numerically minor group and the conceptions that they came to hold of themselves and of their natural place in the social order was determined in major part by the beliefs and attitudes of the major groups. The Negroes looked up to them, they looked down upon the Negroes, the whites looked down upon them, they looked up to the whites. A body of popular doctrine thus developed out of the cultural situation. The separation and relative status was a fact imposed from without. It favored the mixed bloods at the expense of the unmixed Negroes. The resulting sentiments and beliefs presently came to operate as an independent force making for the perpetuation and increase of the separation that, in the first instance, gave a basis for the body of belief. As the differentiation advanced, the mulatto sense of superiority increased. The internal bonds, which distinguish a genuine class organization from a group held together by external forces, formed and strengthened. The mulattoes developed a common body of sentiment and belief that fostered their closer association. They held themselves more and more aloof from the backward Negroes and avoided association with them. In some cases very definite and highly exclusive mulatto societies were formed. Color or its absence came more or less to be a badge of the elite. This separation, seldom complete and often potential rather than well. Into the present period. It was inevitable that the Negro and mulatto individuals of education and refinement should desire association with persons of like culture. They had little in common with the illiterate laboring groups. They lived in a somewhat different universe. Their whole cultural orientation was toward the white rather than toward the Negro group. Ethically they were frequently more white than Negro. In tastes and ideals, interests and ambitions, standards and education, they were drawn to the dominant culture group. Opportunity for tolerable life and individual success was, or at least seemed to be, greater there. But, regardless of education and refinement, they were excluded from participation in the white society. An assumption of inferiority and uncleanness attached to them and the traditional definitions classed them with the Negroes. They resented the classification. They had little in common with the rank and file of the Negroes with whom association was often offensive and always depressing. In the situation they were typically discontented, unhappy, rebellious persons. There was a long period during which the educated mulatto was a pathetic figure. His wishes could not be satisfied within the existing social order. In some cases there was a possibility of individual escape. Where the physical marks were not conspicuous, they simply passed as white men. The number who have thus changed their racial classification with a change of residence is often grossly exaggerated, but that the number was considerable there is no doubt. This became increasingly frequent as continued intermixture and European immigration tended to blur the lines of race distinction, as the technique for concealing telltale racial marks increased, and as the anonymity of urban life increased. But large or small in amount, it is an evidence of the mulattoes' protest against an anomalous social status. But it was no solution except in individual and exceptional cases. Others accepted, at least outwardly, the inevitably, identified themselves with the Negro groups, and assumed its leadership. For this they were prepared by the facts of superior education, a longer and more varied experience, a certain prestige, and a sense of superiority and self-confidence which the black group lacked because they lacked experience. The mulatto aristocracy was a generation or so ahead of the bulk of the race. They came to compose the bulk of the growing business and professional classes. This mulatto leadership the Negro group more or less willingly accepted. They could not do otherwise in the absence of education, status, experience, and self-confidence. LVI. OT all the Negro leaders were mulattoes. They were more numerous and generally more prominent, capable, and influential. But there were also many influential black men. This was particularly true in certain lines of work, as church leadership, where the absence of education was not a serious handicap. Since the church touched the common Negro at so many points, the minister was always a man of local importance. The mulattoes never reached the dominating position in church affairs that they did in the professional and intellectual pursuits. There was also, at all times, a more or less unanalyzed opposition on the part of the Negroes to the mulatto leadership and representation. There was a vague irritation arising from the mulatto's assumption of superiority, an inarticulate desire among the masses for a black leadership. Even among his followers and admirers, Washington was often referred to in disappointed tones as a tittle yellow man. The prominence in racial affairs of certain men has certainly been due in part to the fact that they were obviously and conspicuously not mixed bloods. As the general Negro population gained in education and advanced in economic status, more of the latent talent of the race had opportunity to get expression. As educational opportunity was extended through the public schools and in some degree equalized, the talented children of the masses had some chance to emerge. And the success of every black child contributed to the growing self-confidence of the group. As time goes on, the sheer weight of numbers will also be felt. The Negro group is 4 or 5 times as large as the mixed blood group. Assuming the practical equality of native ability in the two groups, the Negroes will produce 4 or 5 times as many outstanding men when the opportunities of the groups have been equalized. With the general economic and cultural advance of the group, there is a greatly increased need for educated men. The number of physicians and lawyers and other professional men is far below the group needs. This has provided and will continue to provide an opportunity for the ambitious black boy. In every group, leadership comes chiefly from the favored classes. It is only in exceptional times, when the need for superior men exceeds the capacity of the aristocracy to produce them, that talented individuals born in the lower orders are able to emerge. In the present and recent past, the mulatto class, from which Negro leadership has traditionally come, is not able to supply the number of leaders needed. The growing solidarity of the race operates to the same end. Regardless of the evaluative attitude that one takes toward the growth of racial self-consciousness, it makes a place for an additional number of popular leaders and provides a background of racial self-respect that assures their appearance. And it makes certain that, other things approximately equal, the individuals not conspicuously unlike the masses in physical appearance will have some initial advantage. Because of or in spite of conspicuously Negroid features, superior individuals will have an increased opportunity to rise. There is at the present time another force of some importance operating to equalize the opportunities of the Negroes and mulattoes. This is the growing disposition to judge the work of Negroes by the same standards as are elsewhere applied. There have always been many sentimental and non-critical individuals ready to applaud any artistic effort of a Negro, no matter how crude. They have done the cause of Negro advancement much harm, as have also the white faddists who are always ready to patronize any Negro who gains momentary notoriety. But there is an increasing group of more or less influential men who have become skeptical of the doctrine of race superiority and of the popular idea that native talent and ability are localized in certain favored economic and social classes. They are disposed to offer encouragement to unknown Negroes as well as to others of literary and artistic promise. Back of this interest, in some cases, is a belief that because of a peculiar racial temperament, Negroes are able to make a unique contribution to American culture. Others anticipate a distinctive culture contribution because the body of social experience of the Negroes is distinctive and peculiar. Still others look upon talent as a matter of individual variation as likely to appear in one place as another. They are concerned to discover and recognize it regardless of race or social class. This relatively new interest has the effect of stimulating the Negroes' artistic efforts. They are assured of an appreciative and sympathetic audience for any meritorious work. So far as the productions of individuals are evaluated in objective terms, the Negro and the mulatto stand on exactly the same level, and a difference in the amount of talent emerging from the two groups is a measure either of the artificial differences in education, tradition, and economic status still existing, or of a difference in the number of favorably variant men that the two groups produce. Such changes operate to a reduction in the advantage that the mixed bloods have traditionally enjoyed. In certain fields the Negro gets recognition and award proportional to accomplishment. The present tendency of liberal-minded white people to discount the accidents of birth and economic status and to recognize individuals on the basis of personality and inherent worth removes in part one of the greatest handicaps of the Negro. He is not prejudged. There is no longer an assumption that his capacity varies inversely as his skin color. This new attitude of the liberal group stimulates and reinforces the growing self-respect of the black man. He can be a Negro, he can even be proud of the fact, without of necessity being a fool. The fact of Negro blood does not of necessity carry with it the presumption of incapacity. It may put certain more or less inconvenient obstacles in the way of the individual's advantages, but the obstacles are external, they are in the social organization rather than in the psychology of the individual. External handicaps may be overcome. But there was no advance possible so long as the individual Negro accepted the general belief in the innate incapacity of the black man. This change in the Negro's attitude toward himself removes one important advantage historically enjoyed by the mixed bloods. There is no longer the same assumption of mulatto superiority. The Negroes are rapidly developing a confidence in their own ability to manage their own affairs and to produce their own talented men. As a result of the changing situation, there is an increasing number of relatively black Negroes among the successful and prominent men. In the future we may anticipate a farther decline in the preponderance of mixed bloods in the economic, political, and intellectual leadership. With the equalization of opportunity, the Negroes, assuming equality in the distribution of native ability, will produce an increasing proportion of the prominent men. But the advantage that the mixed bloods have enjoyed, and in a measure still enjoy, will continue. It is not reasonable to anticipate that the difference will disappear in one generation. The mixed bloods have a long start and their tradition of superiority will persist. The doctrine of racial inequality is perhaps more firmly fixed in popular thought at the present time than it has ever been. It is not likely to be dislodged in any reasonable period of time. So long as it persists, the mulattoes will enjoy an intangible but very real advantage that will get expression in their relative degree of success. It will require a long period for the Negroes to overcome the handicap of the later start and the popular assumption of lower capacity. At the present time the mixed bloods occupy a somewhat superior status. As a result, superior individuals are attracted to the group and tend to reinforce and perpetuate the status. Individuals born and reared in the group have an initial advantage in the struggle for success. Again, the mixed bloods have the advantage of better education and more secure economic position. This gives a prestige at the same time that it assures better education, better homes, and greater economic security for the succeeding generations. This operates and will continue to operate to the advantage of the mulatto group. But these differences are, on the whole, on the decline. With the spread of education, the growth of race consciousness, and the attitude of the liberal white people, the Negroes of talent will more and more come to the front. Ultimately, if the races are in reality equal in capacity, the Negroes will produce as many prominent men, in proportion to their number, as any other element in the population. The fact that the mulattoes have in the past produced more prominent men should be understood as a simple and obvious consequence of the historic circumstances that have favored them. Suffrage. By William Pickens. ERS, the importance of the AE to vote cannot be overestimated. In its last analysis, political suffrage means brute force, as one discovers in a state of war, or in the hands of a policeman. The importance of the right to vote is minimized by men only when they seek to deprive others of the right, it is never minimized when they seek or defend it for themselves. The right of the individual to cast a vote equal to the vote of any other individual subject to the power of the same government, this right has climbed wearily in American history. And the suffrage articles of many of our state constitutions indicate that there is yet a long climb ahead. The right to vote has been supported by two different theories, the theory of natural rights and the theory of the good of the state. The natural rights theory looks backward, the good of the state theory looks forward. The good of the state, which I interpret to mean the highest average good of every body in the state, will prove to be the victorious idea. Natural rights is a beautiful sentiment, but one right is not more natural than any other in the state, where all right depends upon might. The good of the state is a progressive idea, based in reason and experience, and that may be advanced even by experimentation. Today the individual or group which seeks to acquire or defend its right to vote, must justify the claim in the good of the whole people, and not in poetic theories about primitive individualism and original compacts. On the other hand, the idea of the good of the state is limited in its usefulness by the prevailing idea as to who or what constitutes the state. If the emperor be the state, the good of the state is a very small good. If the imperial family and the nobility be the state, the majority of inhabitants are left out, for the whole population cannot join the nobility, unless like the Romans they make all the rest of the world their subjects and slaves. And if, as in Mississippi, the state means only the white inhabitants, the pursuit of the good of the state will, at its best, aim to include less than 50% of the people. Certain limited classes are excluded more or less temporarily from participation in government, such as children and other dependents and wards. Children up to a certain age would be excluded by nature if not by law. Their exclusion is only temporary. They are the future state. Idiots and criminals are excluded, that is, the known and registered idiots and the convicted and incarcerated criminals. But idiots may become sane, and lawbreakers may become law-abiding, so that even these classes suffer only a conditional and possibly temporary exclusion. These types of exclusion are, therefore, more reasonable, or rather less unreasonable, than racial exclusion. Exclusion on account of race is a permanent disability, as irrational as it is inalterable. It is not a challenge to ambition but a fixed barrier. Apologists for racial disability have tried to justify it by references to children, paupers, criminals, and they have used to cite the case of unenfranchised women, until the women destroyed the point of that citation by enfranchising themselves. But none of these cases parallels racial exclusion. Even economic class exclusion is not a parallel. Excluded day laborers might become capitalists and employers. The nearest parallel to the exclusion of a racial blood is the exclusion of some lower caste where law and tradition prevent the sons of such peasantry from rising above the status of their fathers. But even peasanthood may be overcome by social evolution or political revolution. The barrier against race is without a rival the most reasonless of all barriers. Other apologists for racial exclusion remind us that even the favored race did not at first enjoy universally the right of suffrage, that the right was originally based in the possession of real estate, and advanced only gradually to a normal manhood basis. Inhabitants had to own so much real estate, so many acres, to vote. But the growth of industrial cities, where even the richest may not own acres of land, caused a change from this specific basis to an ad valorem basis, so that the voter no longer had to own so many acres but only real estate valued at so much, or on which he received a minimum rent or paid a minimum tax. Again, as industrial centers grew populous, it became evident that many good men in cities could not own even a foot of land, that there was not land enough to go round, and so a minimum valuation of personal property and belongings was admitted to qualify the voter. Later still it occurred to some that a man might not own any taxable property, real or personal, and yet be a human being and a decent member of society, therefore capitation taxes, poll taxes, were offered as compromises. A fellow with no property could pay a tax on his head. But even this head tax was a surviving mark of the tyranny of property, as the appendix in the human body is a survival of some lower animal function. The battlefront therefore advanced further toward manhood suffrage by reducing and minimizing taxes and offering alternatives and substitutes, such as service in the army, literacy, general intelligence, and even that indefinite able thing called good moral character. Thus the tyranny of property, with its heraldry of taxes, died a slow and stubborn death, and in some communities it is not yet dead. This homage to the title holder of property and to the so-called taxpayer is ridiculous in the light of modern economic knowledge. It assumed that the whole burden of taxation and support of government rested on those who held the property and took the tax receipts. How slowly men's minds came to understand that the greatest payment of tax is the indirect payment, that the heaviest tax is paid by those who work and consume honestly. The level of wages and of the cost of necessaries is influenced by the tax burden of government. When a man buys a pair of shoes, he pays a share of the tax of the factory that made them and of every middleman that handled them, for the tax is a part of the expenses of the business and is figured into every pair of shoes. The tax is paid by every honest consumer of a hen from the hennery, of an apple from the orchard, and of a peanut from the farm. The poor man we pays the rent on a shack, pays the taxes on that shack, not the man who collects the rent and gets the tax receipt. Those of us who own houses for rent, know how we arrive at fixing the rental figure against the tenant. First, we value the house at more than we could sell it for and decide that we must earn the usurious rate of 10% on that valuation. To this we add $50 a year for repairs, and do not make any repairs. Then we add the taxes, insurance, water rent, and all other imaginable costs for the year. If we let the place by the week, we next divide this sum by, instead of by, allowing weeks for improbable vacancies, and by dividing the debt times, we find what the debtor must pay us times in order to discharge it, and finally, when this quotient turns out to be $1 a week, we charge him $1, just to be on the safe side and to simplify bookkeeping. And yet in spite of this chain of evidence, some people do not yet comprehend the truth that not those who get the tax receipts but those who work and honestly consume, especially those who work, pay the taxes, support i.e. government, and are entitled to a vote. The humbler members even of the dominant races had to overcome this false notion of the exclusive relationship of property to production and of tax receipts to the ultimate burden of government. And yet the exclusion of the unpropertied and the non-tax-paying is no parallel to the exclusion of a race or blood. A fee simple deed can be acquired by the individual, membership in a favored race cannot be acquired by the individual. If poverty be a bar to citizenship, it can be overcome, but those who have in their veins the blood of any race, will always have it, and their children will have it to 1,000 generations. The exclusion of a sex is more nearly like the exclusion of a race. But even sex is permanent only during the life of the individual. The children of a voteless woman might be males and become voters. Besides, mothers, wives, sisters, daughters, who share the social and private economic life of the voters, can have more influence on their male electors than could the members of any separate race. By every comparison it is clear that race is the most unreasonable basis for citizenship, law, or justice. The citizenship of the Negro is the real test of American democracy. The front of liberty has advanced somewhat against the power and privilege of property but is being held back at the barricade of the color line. The first barrier was slavery. That was demolished in Civil War. The way was next blocked by prejudice against ex-slaves, which continues almost unabated against their freeborn descendants. Sumner, Chase, and Frederick Douglass believed that an emancipated people, unenfranchised, might fall into a condition worse than slavery, for in the slave somebody has a private investment and a personal interest, but an anomalously free people without rights or power would be like unclaimed cattle, wild buffaloes to be hunted by whoever had the inclination. To enfranchise ex-slaves was, of course, a serious matter, an evil, but the lesser evil. Some say that so soon after emancipation was not the best time to enfranchise the Negro, and that he should have been educated and trained first. This argument makes two wrong assumptions: first, that real prejudice would be more willing that Negroes should get education than that they should get votes, and second, that the amendments made it necessary for unfit Negro individuals to be admitted to suffrage. The Constitution forbids discrimination against the Negro on account of race or previous condition of servitude, but still permits discrimination on account of individual unfitness. Prejudice is not more willing that educated than that uneducated Negroes should vote, and the N&Gro needs the vote to get education. The last 50 years bear no evidence that the unaided sentiment of Mississippi or South Carolina would have enfranchised the Negro in the next 200 years. There has been but one time when those amendments could have been ratified, and that was before the ex-slave-holding South regained complete local control. Logically, the only time when a thing can be done, is always the best time to do it, and the worst time in all eternity to do a thing is when it cannot be done. The conscience of the people, quickened by the sacrifices of the war, offered the opportunity of an epoch to broaden the base and strengthen the bulwark of popular suffrage. An oligarchy of skin is not more reasonable than one of titles or dollars. And we agree with Charles Sumner, the immortal Democrat, that it is impossible to suppose that Congress will sanction governments not founded on the consent of the governed. Some say that the Negro should have come to the voting status by slow and gradual stages, as did the white man. That is a fallacious argument. It would be sound if the Negroes had been left alone. In some separate territory, not to be governed or disturbed by others who voted. When a people is suddenly placed in an advanced environment, they must meet that environment by the educational, and hot by the evolutional, process. In the school of an exacting environment, centuries must be overpassed in a decade, millenniums in a generation. Otherwise, instead of teaching it to our children in schools, we should leave them to discover, as their ancestors discovered, the organization of the solar system and the surgery of the vermiform appendix. If Japan, instead of adopting dynamite and airplanes from the white man, had elected to evolve them slowly, as did the whites, that would have been nice for everybody except Japan. Sumner and Douglas were immediately and abundantly justified by the double decade of trickery and violence which followed the re-enfranchisement of the ex-slave holders, from to. Some of the tricks were, stealing and stuffing ballot boxes, false arrest the day before election and false counting the day after, voting repeaters or duplicating votes by thin tissue ballots, and sometimes by advertising the polling place as at one address and suddenly changing it to another. The violence, ranging from ordinary thuggery to murder, continues slightly abetted to the present moment, but most of the unlawful tricks have been enacted into trick laws. The courts were apathetic to the brutality and dishonesty and have generally upheld the trick laws. These laws represent an effort to save the sickening conscience of the South, but they usually go only so far as to clothe dishonesty in legal immunity and specious respectability. Men said, as it were, "We are sick of robbing the Negro of his vote illegally, therefore we will revise the Constitution and do it legally." Constitutional conventions and legislatures endeavored to regain political respectability by juggling property requirements, indefinite educational tests, residence and registration pitfalls, good character loopholes for the favored, and the threat of perjury against the disfavored. And in spite of the fact that all the registrars and other officers were white, some of these Negro-catching devices proved to be boomerangs to white applicants. Therefore South Carolina, the mother of nullification, sex-zion, and oppression, in a desperate example to save the superior white majority of the South from being surpassed by an inferior black minority, invented and enacted into law in the most brazen of all tricks the so-called In cauldron seething, scalding self-contempt. Contemplates by Richard Jefferson suicide. You Went Away. By T. Thomas Fortune Fletcher. A sharp, green star shot through my heart. I Want You Back. The Green Gold Flame. Life essay book. I have read. 20 pages burns sharp as steel. The book You Do Not Come. Is not beautiful pinpointed sparks of pain. It bores me. Prick out. I do not wish the soft flesh to read around my heart. The rest. And leave a hard life essay book and ashen skin. I have read unfeeling, cold and passion spent. 20 pages. I do not want you any more. Dash. The child that does not cry dies on its mother's back. An African proverb. Our Little Renaissance. By Elatun Locks. Ow, that the time has come for some sort of critical appraisal. What of our much heralded Negro Renaissance? Pathetically pale, thinks Mr. Mencken, like a candle in the sunlight. It has kindled no great art. We would do well to page a Black Luther and call up the Reformation. Fairly successful, considering the fog and soot of the American atmosphere, and still full of promise, so it seems to Mr. Haywood Broun. Wonder what Mr. Pater would say. He might be even more skeptical, though with the skepticism of suspended judgment, I should think, but one mistake he would never make, that of confusing the spirit with the vehicle, of confounding the artistic quality which Negro life is contributing with the Negro artist. Negro artists are just the byproducts of the Negro Renaissance. Its main accomplishment will be to infuse a new essence into the general stream of culture. The Negro Renaissance must be an integral phase of contemporary American art and literature. More and more we must divorce it in our minds from propaganda and politics. Otherwise, why call it a Renaissance? We are backsliding, I think, into the old swamp of the Negro problem to be discussing, as we have been of late, how many Negro artists are first-rate or second-rate, and how many feet of the bookshelf of leather-bound classics their works to date should occupy. According to that Hoyle, the Grand Renaissance should have stopped at the Alps and ought to have effected the unification of Italy instead of the revival of humanism. To claim the material that Negro life and idiom degree have contributed to American art through the medium of the white artist may seem at first unfair and ungracious, may even be open to the imputation of trying to bolster up with reinforcements a wavering thin line of talent. But what is the issue, sociology or art, equality of spirit or complexions? The artists in question themselves are gracious enough, both in making their acknowledgments to the folk spirit, and in asserting the indivisible unity of the subject matter. Only recently, confirming her adoption of Negro material as her special field, Mrs. Peterkin has said, "I shall never write of white people, to me their lives are not so colorful." If the South is going to write, what is it they are going to write about? The Negro, of course. Still more recently, the distinguished author of Porgy applauds shifting the stress from the Negro writer to the Negro race as a subject for art, and AP proves of lifting the material to the plane of pure art and of making it available to the American artist, white or Negro, as native subject matter. And if there is any meaning to the term universal which we so blithely and tritely use in connection with art, it must be this. There is no other alternative on the plane of art. Indeed, if conditions in the South were more conducive to the development of Negro culture without transplanting, the self-expression of the new Negro would spring up just as one branch of the new literature of the South, and as one additional phase of its cultural reawakening. The common bond of soil and that natural provincialism would be a sounder basis for development than the somewhat expatriated position of the younger school of Negro writers. And if I were asked to name one factor for the anemic and rhetorical quality of so much Negro expression up to the present, I would cite not the unproved capacities of our authors but the pathetic exile of the Negro writer from his best material, the fact that he cannot yet get cultural breathing space on his own soil. That is at least one reason for the disabilities of the Negro writer in handling his own materials with vivid and intimate mastery. More and more the younger writers and artists are trekking back to their root sources, however. Overt propaganda now is as exceptional as it used to be typical. The acceptance of race is steadily becoming less rhetorical, and more instinctively taken for granted. There was a time when the only way out of sentimental partisanship was through a stridently self-conscious realism. That attitude stripped the spiritual bloom from the work of the Negro writer, gave him a studied and self-conscious detachment. It was only yesterday that we had to preach objectivity to the race artist to cure the pathetic fallacies of bathos and didactic approach. We are just beginning perhaps to shake off the artifices of that relatively early stage. So to speak, the Umbrian stiffness is still upon us and the Florentine ease and urbanity looms just ahead. It is a fiction that the black man has until recently been naive. In American life he has been painfully self-conscious for generations and is only now beginning to recapture the naivete he once originally had. The situation is well put in a stanza of May Cowdery's poem Goal. I must shatter the wall of darkness that rises from gleaming day and seeks to hide the sun. I will turn this wall of darkness into a thing of beauty. I will take from the hearts of black men prayers their lips are afraid to utter, and turn their coarseness into a beauty of the jungle whence they came. So, in the development of the materials of Negro life, each group of artists has a provincialism to outgrow, in the one case narrowness of vision, in the other, limiting fetters of style. If then it is really a renaissance, and I firmly believe it is, we are still in the Hilltown stage, and the mellowness of maturity has not yet come upon us. It is not to escape criticism that we hold it thus, but for the sake of a fair comparison. The Negro Renaissance is not 10 years old, its earliest harbingers cannot be traced back of the beginning of the century. Its representative products to date are not only the work of the last 3 or 4 years, but the work of men still in their 20s so far as the producing artists are concerned. Need we then be censured for turning our adjective into an affectionate diminutive and for choosing, at least for the present, to call it hopefully our little Renaissance? My heart has known its winter. By Arna Bontom. A little while spring will claim its own. In all the land around for mile on mile. Tender grass will hide the rugged stone. My still heart will sing a little while. And men will never think this wilderness was barren once. When grass is over all, hearing laughter they may never guess. My heart has known tedious winter and carried gall. Premonition. By Arcadio Rodinich. The moon looks like a bleached face against the sun that moves on, along the edge of which ruins the ANSTT hovers over the mist of times unborn, staring at tomorrows. It pales with dread at the sight of the chaos it beholds undergoing gestation in the womb of time yet to come. Night abysmal lands of yesterdays. Racial Self-Expression. By E. Franklin Frazier. IP Zion current with the growing group consciousness among the colored people, there has come into prominence two rather widely divergent opinions as to the principles which should govern the development of the group in America. The opinion represented by one group is that colored people should undertake to conform in every respect to the culture about them, while another group holds that they should develop their own unique culture. Although these two viewpoints cannot be said to take this apparently mutually contradictory form in the minds of all leaders, they indicate to a large extent two emerging philosophies of racial development which are receiving emphasis by their respective protagonists. Moreover, it should be added that these two theories have been present since the Negro began to assert himself as a free man in this country, but have received new accentuation by the so-called Renaissance of Negro artists and thinkers. The debate in the nation between Langston Hughes and George Schuyler was a skirmish in the clash between these two viewpoints. While the younger Negro artists are generally regarded as exponents of the opinion favoring a unique culture among the colored people, there is apparent disagreement among them. Count T. Cullen's insistence that he wants to be a universal poet rather than a Negro poet is indicative of this lack of unanimity. The issue between these two theoretical standpoints should not be confused with the more practical but less critical programs of certain Negro leaders and Southern whites, based upon the assumption that innate but not unequal racial endowments make it necessary that each race develop its own separate culture, with the corollary often expressed but always implied that intermarriage would cause a confusion or neutralization of their respective racial endowments. This new appreciation of the racial gifts of the Negro is naive and seems to be a sublimation of the old admonition to the Negro that he should strive to be the best possible Negro and not a poor imitation of the white man. While it is improbable that either of these theoretic viewpoints will issue into immediate practical consequences, it is well to examine the assumptions upon which they are based. It is likely that both philosophies are rationalizations of tendencies which are observable in the different developments which are taking place in the experience of the COL group in America. In this essay, the writer hopes to contribute to the clarification of the issues involved and to evaluate the claims of the respective schools of opinion. As a first step in this analysis, the writer should say something about the relation between race and culture. One of the first results of the general acceptance of the evolutionary hypothesis was the attempt to explain racial differences in terms of the evolutionary process. For example, an attempt was made to show that contemporary savages possessed keener sensory powers than civilized man and therefore stood in the evolutionary scale closer to the lower animals than modern man. The comparatively smaller average of brain volume of certain races was taken as conclusive evidence of the retarded evolution of these races. Likewise, the assumed mental traits of primitive man were supposed to bear testimony to his inferior evolutionary status. According to Spencer, primitive man lacked emotional control and the power of intellectual concentration. He was explosive and showed a marked deficiency in the capacity for abstract thought. Moreover, according to the classical anthropologists, social evolution followed a unilinear course, and that among the peoples of simple culture today, we had a view of the past evolution of modern man. But of greater importance to our subject was the assumption that primitive man's simple culture was a reflection of his incomplete or arrested physical and mental evolution. These a priori assumptions based upon superficial observations and favorable data have been totally discredited by the critical field studies of modern anthropologists. Even the recent claim of Bean to having discovered significant anatomical differences in the Negro's brain has been discredited by Moll's subsequent findings. There is a tendency to discard even the term primitive and substitute preliterate in referring to peoples possessing simple cultures, both because of the connotations of the older term and because the essential difference between primitive and modern man seems to be the absence of a written tradition among the former. The sensory powers of primitive peoples as well as their capacity for emotional control and abstract thought do not appear to differ essentially from those of civilized man. The recent attempt on the part of Lévi-Bruhl, a French sociologist, to establish chiefly on the basis of accounts of travelers and missionaries a different order of mentality for preliterate peoples, has met a similar fate at the hands of fieldwork ERS, who have shown that preliterate peoples are as logical as modern man in the sphere of secular activities of life. There is a rather general agreement among ethnologists and sociologists that cultural advance is due to the contact of peoples rather than the flowering of the genius of a particular racial stock. There are, however, some sociologists who, while recognizing the inadequacy of the other criteria of racial differences, hold to the theory of differences in temperamental endowment in races. According to this theory, races select different elements of a culture when brought into contact with it. The writer will postpone comment on this assumption until he considers more specifically the issue which is the occasion for this essay. And as a result, the black scribblers, along with the race orators, are now wallowing in the luxury of four-room apartments, expensive radios, Chickering pianos, Bond Street habiliments, canvas-back duck, pre-war scotch and high-yellow mistresses. All of which is very well and good. It is only natural that the Peckerwoods, having become bored to death with their uninteresting lives, should turn to the Crows for inspiration and entertainment. It is probably part of their widespread rationalization of the urge they possess to mix with the virile blacks. One marvels, however, that the principal contribution of the Zygabus to the nation has been entirely overlooked by our dusky literati and peripatetic platform prancers. None of them, apparently, has ever thought of it? While they have been ransacking their brains and the shelves of the public libraries for new Negro gifts of which to inform their eager listeners at so much per word or per engagement, they have ignored the principal gift sprawling everywhere about them. They had but to lift their eyes from the pages of their musty tomes and glance around. But they didn't. And what, I can hear these propagandists feverishly inquiring with poised fountain pens and notebooks, is this unchronicled contribution to the worth of our nation? Well, I am not unwilling to divulge the secret that has been all too apparent to the observing. And though the brown-skin intelligentsia are now able to pay for the information and probably willing to do so, I modestly ask nothing, save perhaps a quart of decent rye or possibly one of the numerous medals shoveled out each year to deserving coons. Hence, like all of the others, I now arise, fleck a speck off my dinner jacket, adjust my horn-rimmed nose glasses, and, striking an attitude, declaim the magic word, flattery. Yes folks, the greatest gift we have made to America is flattery. Flattery, if you please, of the bucker majority, inflation of the racial ego of the dominant group by our mere proximity, by our accessions and by our aspirations. How come? I am belligerently and skeptically quizzed, and very indulgently I elucidate. Imitation, someone has said, is the sincerest flattery. It is quite human to be pleased and feel very important when we are aped and imitated. Consider how we Negroes shove out our chests when an article appears in an enterprising darky newspaper from the pen of some prominent African chief saying that his dingy colleagues on the dark continent look to their American brethren, with their amazing progress, for inspiration. How sweet is flattery, the mother of pride. And pride, we have been told, is absolutely essential to progress and achievement. If all of this be true of the dark American, much truer must it be of the pink American? By constant exposure to his energetic propagandists in press, on platform, and in pulpit, the colored brother has forged ahead, to borrow an expression from the uplift, until he can now eat with Rogers silver off Haviland china, sprawl on overstuffed couches and read spicy literature under the glow of ornate floor lamps, while the strains of beer bucket blues are wafted over the radio. This is generally known as progress. Now if the downtrodden Negro, under the influence of his flattering propagandists, has been able to attain such heights of material well-being, is it any wonder that the noble rednecks have leaped so much farther up the scale of living when surrounded by millions of black flatterers, both mute and vocal? Most certainly not. Look, for example, at Isidore Shankersoff. By hook or by crook he grabbed off enough coin of his native land to pay his passage to America. In Russia he was a nobody hoofed by everybody, the mudsill of society. Quite naturally his inferiority complex was Brobdingnagian. Arriving under the shadow of the Statue of Liberty, he is still Isidore Shankersoff, the prey of sharpers and cheap grafters, but now he has moved considerably higher in the social scale. Though remaining mentally adolescent, he is no longer at the bottom, he is a white man. Overnight he has become a member of the superior race. Ellis Island marked his metamorphosis. For the first time in his life he is better than somebody. Without the presence of the black Kumo in these wonderfully United States, he would still know himself for the thick-pate underling that he is, but how can he go on believing that when America is screaming to him on every hand that he is a white man, and as such entitled to certain rights and privileges forbidden to Negro scientists, artists, clergymen, journalists, and merchants? One can understand why Isidore walks with firmer tread. Or glance at Cyrus Leviticus Dumbbell. He is of Anglo-Saxon stock that is so old that it has very largely gone to seed. In the fastnesses of the Blue Ridge Mountains his racial strain has been safely preserved from pollution by black and red men, for over 200 years. Thus he is a stalwart fellow untouched by thrift or education. Cy finally tires of the bushes and descends to one of the nearby towns. There he finds employment in a mill on a 12-hour shift. The company paternalistically furnishes him everything he needs and thoughtfully deducts the cost regularly from his slender pay envelope, leaving him about $2 for corn liquor and moving pictures. Psy has never had cause to think himself of any particular importance in the scheme of things, but his fellow workers tell him differently. He is a white man, they say, and therefore divinely appointed to keep the nigger down. He must, they insist, protect white womanhood and preserve white supremacy. This country, he learns, is a white man's country, and although he owns none of it, the information strikes him not unpleasantly. Shortly he scrapes together $10, buys clan regalia, and is soon engaged in attending midnight meetings, burning crosses, repeating ritual from the Koran, flogging erring white womanhood for the greater purity of Anglo-Saxondom, and keeping vigilantly on the lookout for uppish and offensive zygabus to lynch. Like the ancient Greeks and Romans, he now believes himself superior to everybody different from him. Nor does the presence of Jim Crow institutions on every hand contribute anything toward lessening that belief. Whatever his troubles may be, he has learned from his COL leagues and the politicians, to blame it all on the dark folks, who are, he is now positive, without exception his inferiors. Think, also, of demure little Dorothy Dunce. For 12 years she attended the palatial public school. Now, at 18, having graduated, she is about to apply her Latin, Greek, English literature, ancient history, geometry, and botany to her everyday work as packer in a spaghetti factory. When she was very young, before she entered the kindergarten, her indulgent parents used to scare her by issuing a solemn warning that a big, black nigger would kidnap her if she wasn't a good little girl. Now that she has had American popular education turned loose upon her, she naturally believes differently, i.e., that every big, burly, black nigger she meets on a dark street is ready to relieve her by force of what remains of her virtue. Ebony and Topaz. A value is placed upon her that she would not have in Romania, Scotland, Denmark, or Montenegro. She is now a member of that exalted aggregation known as pure, white womanhood. She is also confident of her general superiority because education has taught her that Negroes are inferior, immoral, diseased, lazy, unprogressive, ugly, odoriferous, and should be firmly kept in their place at the bottom of the social and industrial scale. Quite naturally she swells with race pride, for no matter how low she falls, she will always be a white woman. But enough of such examples. It is fairly well established, I think, that our presence in the Great Republic has been of incalculable psychological value to the masses of white citizens. Descendants of convicts, serfs, and half-wits, with the rest have been buoyed up and greatly exalted by being constantly assured of their superiority to all other races and their equality with each other. On the stages of 1,000 music halls, they have had underscore their vanity tickled by blackface performers parading the idiocies of mythical black roustabouts and rustics. Between belly-cracking guffaws they have secretly congratulated themselves on the fact that they are not like these buffoons. Their books and magazines have told them, or insinuated, that morality, beauty, refinement and culture are restricted to Caucasians. On every hand they have seen smokes endeavoring to change from black to white, and from kinky hair to straight, by means of deleterious chemicals, and constantly they hear the Negroes urging each other to do this and that like white folks. Nor do the crackers fail to observe, either, that pink epidermis is as highly treasured among blacks as in Nordic America, and that the most devastating charge that one Negro can make against another is that he acts just like a nigger. Anything excellent they hear labeled by the race conscious Negroes as like white folks, nor is it unusual for them, while loitering in the Negro ghetto, to hear black women compared to Fords, mulatto women to Cadillacs and white women to Packards. With so much flattery it is no wonder that the Caucasians have a very high opinion of themselves and attempt to live up to the lofty niche in which the Negroes have placed them. We should not marvel that every white elevator operator, school teacher, and bricklayer identifies himself with Shakespeare, Julius Caesar, Napoleon, Newton, Edison, Wagner, Tennyson and Rembrandt as creators of this great civilization. As a result we have our American society, where everybody who sports a pink color believes himself to be the equal of all other whites by virtue of his lack of skin pigmentation, and his classic Caucasian features. It is not surprising, then, that democracy has worked better in this country than elsewhere. This belief in the equality of all white folks making skin color the gauge of worth and the measure of citizenship rights has caused the lowest to strive to become among the highest. Because of this great ferment, America has become the utopia of the material world, the land of hope and opportunity. Without the transplanted African in their midst to bolster up the illusion, American would have unquestionably been a much different place, but instead the shine has served as a mudsill upon which all white people alike can stand and reach toward the stars. I submit that here is the gift par excellence of the Negro to America. To spur 10 times our number onto great heights of achievement, to spare the nation the enervating presence of a destructive social caste system, such as exists elsewhere, by substituting a color caste system that roused the hope and pride of teeming millions of Ophis. This indeed is a gift of which we can well be proud. IGG. Effigy. By Louis Alexander. Form. You stood in the yard, like a lilac bush, with your head tossed high, as if to push your hair in a blossom about your head. You wore the grace of a fragile reed fashion. Your gown crackled loud, like the swish of leaves being flitted about by a lyric breeze. Your step was like a dainty fawn, breathing the nectared air at dawn. Oft have I seen the rose in you, but it never bloomed such a brilliant hue. Dash. The Negro Actor's Deficit. By Theophilus Lewis. He actor makes the theater. He creates the theater by distinguishing himself from a crowd of worshippers or revelers by his special talent for mimicry or simulation. His ability to give clever and convincing imitations of familiar persons and situations and well-known objects of nature excites widespread curiosity. By improving his talent he crystallizes transient curiosity into continued interest and makes the theater a permanent institution of public amusement. The theater has now become an independent institution. Formerly it was an appendage of the church. Its performances were a part of religious ritual, religious propaganda, or religious orgy. Now its performances attract a definite social interest on their own merits, an interest, separate and distinct from all other interests, which no other institution can satisfy. People no longer go to see the actor simulate the story of the Passion. They go to see him jig a lively step or enact a contemporary and perhaps humorous version of the story of Potiphar's wife. The actor, who began as a subordinate of the priest, has achieved his autonomy and decides for himself whether he shall devote his talent to making people good or to making them happy. He usually decides to make them happy. As the servant of the church, the actor devoted his skill to making his audience reverent. As the master of the theater, he specializes in making his audience merry. He eliminates the elements of ceremonial and worship and restricts the theater solely to amusement. But the relationship between the church and the theater has not been completely severed. Neither the church, dominated by the priest, nor the theater, controlled by the actor, offers its patrons any material boon. Each is strictly a spiritual institution. The church endures because it satisfies men's deepest emotional cravings. The theater, in its immature state, thrives because it caresses their lighter emotions. I have not, of course, attempted to trace the literal steps by which the acolyte becomes the actor, and the mystery tableau or the revel evolves into the theater. I am seeking, merely, to isolate the origin and the nature of the theater as a means of leading up to the final responsibility and test of the actor. The theater, when it has once been established as an autonomous institution, can be imported from one country to another. America, for example, borrowed its theater along with other fundamentals of culture from Europe. We Afro-Americans borrowed our theater from our white compatriots. But transferring the theater from one continent or culture to another continent or culture does not change its essential nature any more than importing English sparrows from abroad made them Baltimore Orioles. The theater is a spiritual institution in America and Australia as well as in Greece and England. It obtained its original license from the church and it has a similar spiritual function to perform. The actor began as a subordinate of an institution designed to exalt men. When the theater became independent, he found himself head of an institution devoted merely to entertaining them. This, in a sense, is cultural degradation. If the actor permits the stage to remain at this level, he is a social factor of negligible significance, except, perhaps, to the police. If, on the other hand, the actor advances the theater to a point where it exalts as well as entertains, where it both colors and reflects social conduct, he becomes a cultural agent coordinate with the priest and one of the most precious members of society. I can now consider what Negro actors have done with their theater, or, if you prefer, what they have accomplished in the theater. The test will be empirical. I will not compare the accomplishments of Negro actors with an ideal or a theory. I will compare their accomplishments with what actors of other peoples have accomplished, making due allowance for whatever extenuating circumstances exist in favor of Negro actors if they have failed to make the grade. The theater, excepting the church and sports, is the most democratic of spiritual institutions. Since sports are hardly influenced by art at all while the church employs art merely as a handmaiden, the theater is really the most democratic of all artistic institutions. It evolved out of a crowd and its entertainment has always been adapted to mass rather than to individual enjoyment. More than any other aesthetic institution, it reflects the spiritual life of a whole people. This is not to say the theater appeals to every individual of a group. It means that the theater, if it is in a healthy state, will attract representative individuals from every class of society from the lowest to the highest. If it draws its patrons from any one class, either the lowest or the highest, to the exclusion of other levels of society, it will become either spiritually anemic or spiritually crapulous, hence unable to keep pace with the cultural progress of the group. It seems like a waste of words to describe the audience of the Negro theater, for the reader is doubtless familiar with it already. It is well known that the Negro theater appeals only to the lowest elements of the race. Not the lowest class economically, but the lowest intellectually and morally, the ignorant and depraved. The poorer respectably classes either avoid it or attend its performances with shamefaced apologies. The middle and upper classes hold it in contempt and the more intelligent actors themselves are disgusted with it. There is no better way to describe the attitude of respectable Negroes toward their theater than to point to their indifference to its frequent indecency. Unlike the white public, which is often alarmed by the moral tone of its theater, the colored respectable classes seldom protest against the tendency of their stage toward turpitude. As they never attend its performances, its indecency does not offend them and they do not care whether it continues or not. The cause of the indifference of the better classes is obvious and the cause of the interest of the lewd element is equally so. The general tone of the Negro stage has never risen above the level of the burlesque show. Its performances consist of a continuous display of imbecile and obscene humor. An actor with a deformed mouth will sing a song and vibrate his lips. An elongated comedian with legs like broomsticks will sing a song and proceed to make letters E's and figure S with his limbs. When an actor has no physical deformity to capitalize, he will make up for the deficiency by arraying himself in a suit of trick clothes. A derby 3 inches in diameter will perch perilously atop his pole, a 10-inch safety pin will hold his coat together, 30-inch shoes will encase his feet and a red flannel patch will adorn the seat of his black breeches. Add to this a patter which depends on the mispronunciation of words for its humor and some byplay of ribald sex jokes and you have the entire gamut of amusement offered by the Negro stage. What it was 30 years ago it is today. Amusement of this sort, once the novelty has worn off, can divert only the dull and depraved. The progressive classes are revolted by it. Fully 8 out of 10 colored actors will admit the deplorable condition of the Negro stage, only they will demur responsibility for it and place the blame on the public. They argue that if respectably colored people would patronize the theater they could raise the standard of amusement. but since only members of the lower element fill the auditorium, they must play down to the level of their audience. This sounds plausible enough, but it is nevertheless highly specious. The public has no business in the theater except to be entertained and occasionally exalted. The rest is up to the dramatist, whose part we will not consider for the present, and the actor. The actor is an artist, or he ought to be, and he must assume the same responsibility to the public every other artist assumes. A man goes to the theater to see his spiritual likeness just as he goes to a portrait artist to have his physical likeness depicted. There is a little bit of Henry V in every Englishman, a mite of Cyrano de Bergerac in every Frenchman, and a bit of Toussaint L'Ouverture or Booker Washington in every Afro-American. The Englishman, the Frenchman, and the Afro-American each wants to see the stage reflect his inner heroism, nobility and wit. No one wants to see the actor depict him as a gorilla no more than he wants to see a portrait artist paint his picture with the snout of a boar or the ears of an ass. It is not his business to tell the painter what brushes or pigments to use. Neither is it his concern what methods the actor employs. He has fulfilled both his duty and his right when he expresses approval or disapproval of the finished work. The artist, whether he is actor, painter, or poet, is a spiritual pioneer. Gainsborough did not ask the citizens of London how he should paint the Blue Boy, Keats did not canvass the town on how to write the Ode to a Nightingale, nor did the Parisians specify how Coquelin should portray the role of Cyrano. Each of those artists divined the spiritual needs of the time and proceeded to satisfy those needs. He did not say people have never seen a picture, poem, or acting like I have in mind, so I must not produce it till they let me know they are ready to appreciate it. Still, that is precisely what the Negro actor says in substance when he complains that the absence of the better classes from the theater prevents him from raising the standard of entertainment. If the Negro actor was the artist he should be, he would not complain of being dominated by his audience. Instead, he would master his audience and make it like a progressively higher form of amusement. It goes without saying that no actor, whatever his genius, can make a how come audience like the master builder. On the other hand, it is hard to conceive how an actor can be so bad as to make any audience dislike Cyrano de Bergerac. It can be logically objected that heroic plays like the latter are few and far between. It can be just as logically replied that melodramas are easy to obtain and that they would uplift the present audience of the Negro theater and at the same time attract patrons from higher levels of the race. The fact that Negro actors have not brought their stage to this transition period from a lower to a higher form of amusement simply means they lack imagination and energy. It is easier to wear the same old trick clothes and spiel off the same old patter than it is to learn the lines of a play, so our actors follow the line of no resistance and keep doing the same old stuff. It is not true that they are compelled to play down to their audience. They are playing up to the limit of their own ability. The only thing that distinguishes the flashily dressed hoodlum in the box seat from the actor on the stage is that the former eats more and drinks less. Like most shoddy characters, the Negro actor, as a rule, is wholly lacking in race pride. This is not surprising, for pride of race is akin to pride in self, and incompetence and lack of patriotism Monly go together. The genuine artist is always a patriot at bottom. He may incessantly bawl his countrymen out to the dogs, but in his heart he cherishes an intense affection for them. Some first-rate artists like Paderewski even do not disdain to assume political office. The artist imbued with a sense of race pride and responsibility, like Ethel Waters or the late Bob Cole and Florence Mills, is a rare bird in the ranks of Negro performers. Instead of doing their best to make the Negro theater a house of loveliness for the diversion of Negro audiences, most colored actors are forever trying their hardest to get out of it altogether, using it only as a stepping stone to popularity with white producers. Broadway or big-time vaudeville is the goal of every colored performer. Not all of them reach their goal, of course. But it is always present in their dreams, and they do not feel that they have made a success until they have heard the applause of Caucasian palms. The Negro stage is so much a thing apart from the interests of the race at large that it is hardly probable that any colored apologists for it will be found outside the ranks of professional actors. There may be some, however, and they may argue that the COL-ord actor cannot have made such a dismal failure of his theater, for white people frequently attend its performances and enjoy them. These white visitors, it may be pointed out, are often members of the cultured classes and quite familiar with the best their own stage affords. The answer is plain. These white visitors have not seen the same actors doing the same thing year after year for 2 decades. Hence they mistake what is novel to them for originality on the part of the actor, just as they are likely to mistake his obscenity for sophistication. Even so, they do not compare the Negro stage with their own, for they think of the latter in terms of drama while they think of the Negro stage in terms of vaudeville. Drama and vaudeville. The comparison epitomizes the Negro actor's deficit. We think of the French theater in terms of its Talmas, Coquelins, Bernhards, and Gaitris. We think of the English theater in terms of its Burbages, Irvings, Garricks, Siddenses, Bracegirdles, and Ellen Terrys. We think of the American theater in terms of its Forests, Hackett's, Fisks, and Barrymores. We think of the Negro theater in terms of Johnny Hodgins, Billy Mills, Hamtree Harrington, and Miller and Lyles. But what about our Cloughs, Pryors, Demonds, and Bishops? Simply this. If the whole kit and caboodle of them were worth the grave dust of Joseph Jefferson, they wouldn't have to hang around Broadway stage doors crying for dramatic handouts at $1 a week top. The cultural value of the actor, I said in the beginning of this article, must be judged by his ability to raise the theater above the plane of amusement and make it an instrument for the expression of the higher spiritual life of his people. The theatre should be a dynamic institution that both reflects and colors the general pattern of life of which it is a part. The Negro actor has not only failed to make the stage a vital part of our cultural life, he has degraded it below the notice of the better classes of the race. Our stage does not influence our culture even to the extent of providing matinee idols for romantic schoolgirls. Instead, it panders exclusively lasciviousness of the feeble-minded and depraved elements of the race. Worse, the majority of our actors are ignorant of both the nature and the history of the theater and have only the vaguest suspicion why the respectable classes ignore their existence. The few performers intelligent enough to sense what is wrong with our theater lack sufficient energy to make even a gesture of reform. In his account with his race, the balance of the Negro actor remains heavily in the red. 2 poems. By Edward S. Silvera. The Unknown Soldier. Behold our son, our valiant dead. They say to one another. And all the while, none ever thinks that he might be my brother. But I am glad he holds his peace. I'm glad he can't come back. I'd hate to see love crucified. If he, by chance, were black. Old maid. The fires of 1,000 loves burned bright within her, night and day. The years like bellows fan the flames which ate her heart and soul away. Duncanson. W. P. Dabney. Strange to say, the world, or rather our world, knows little of R. Duncanson, a native of Cincinnati, Ohio, who years before the Civil War had established a reputation as an artist of high rank. The ignorance arises from the fact that in this country, his associates were artists and his color was rarely mentioned. Though self-taught, his pictures early attracted attention. The art records of England mention and describe some of the paintings he exhibited when making a tour of Europe. His associates even in his hometown were men of international reputation, among them Farney, Lindsay, S. Jerome, Ewell, and Henry Mosler, who afterwards located in New York. Among his paintings, now in Cincinnati, are a full-size portrait of William Carey which hangs at the Ohio Mebliterate Institute, and a life-size picture at Ohio Mechanics Institute of Nicholas Longworth, I. There are several other pictures in existence, among which are magnificent landscapes. One of the finest, the Western Hunter's Encampment, was purchased by me from a connoisseur of the fine arts who had treasured it for years. It hangs on the wall of my library, and there, mellowed by the light that falls upon it from above, its marvelous lineal precision, its magnificent coloring accentuated by age, reveal a touch that ever characterizes the work of the masters. The following brief extract is taken from the Enquirer of December. TN, Cincinnati was a large art center, the most prominent west of the Alleghenies. Already the city was known for the fame of Hiram Powers, a sculptor, and a score of painters headed by James H. Beard, Thomas Buchanan Reed and Robert S. Duncanson, the phenomenal colored man, whose father was a Scotchman of Canada, and whose mother was a mulatto. 75 years ago, according to Charles Sist's Cincinnati had numerous artists who had already become, or were about to become, distinguished for work. One of these was the colored man, Robert S. Duncanson, who was then already prominent for such historical pieces as Shylock and Jessica, Ruins of Carthage, Trial of Shakespeare, Battleground of the River Raisin and Western Hunters' Encampment. TN, November, there appeared in the Cincinnati Daily Gazette the following item from Moncure D. Conway of Cincinnati, who wrote from London, England, telling of the advance of Robert S. Duncanson. In walking through the Gallery of Miniatures, at the South Kensington Museum the other day I met Duncanson, whom some of your readers will remember as one who, a few years ago, was trying to make himself an artist in Cincinnati, and who had already produced a worthy piece of imaginative art in a picture of Tennyson's Lotus Eaters. Duncanson subsequently left Ohio and repaired to Canada, where his color did not prevent his association with other artists and his entrance into good society. He gained much of his culture and encouragement in Canada, retouched his Lotus Eaters, produced one or two still better paintings and set out for England. In Glasgow and other Scotch cities he exhibited these paintings with success. He has been invited to come to London by various aristocratic personages. Among others, by the Duchess of Sutherland and the Duchess of Essex, who will be his patrons. He also received a letter from the poet laureate, Tennyson, inviting him to visit him at his home, in the Isle of Wight, where he will go and take with him the Lotus Eaters. Think of a Negro sitting at the table with Mr. and Mrs. Alfred Tennyson, Lord and Lady of the Manor, and mirror of aristocracy and so forth. Aubrey Moncure D. Conway. In there appeared in the Art Journal, of London, England, the following tribute to American art. It was headed, The Land of the Lotus Eaters, painted by R. Duncanson. America has long maintained supremacy in landscape art, perhaps indeed its landscape artists surpass those of England. Certainly we have no painter who can equal the works of Church, and modern British school. Duncanson has established high fame in the United States and in Canada. He is a native of the States and received his art education there, but it has been finished by a course of study in Italy, by earnest thoughts at the feet of the great masters and by a continual contemplation of nature under southern skies. We therefore may add this picture to the many works of rare value supplied to us by the landscape artists of America. Many wonderful tributes have been paid to this man, so worthy, yet so little known among us. A genius of purest racerine, Dunk, as his contemporaries called him, was temperamental to the extreme. He worshipped his art, idolized the children of his brain and brush. While painting, he would often sing, laugh, or even weep, for his soul was in paradise. The time came when the fervor of his emotions shook asunder the ties of sanity, and then, God gathered him to his fathers. Youth. By Frank Horn. Itama knotted nebula. A whirling flame. Shrieking after the endless darkness. I am the eternal center of gravity. And about me swing the crazy moons. I am the thunder of rising suns. The blaze of the zenith. The tremble of women's bodies in the arms of lovers. I sit on top of the pole. Drunk with starry splendor. Shouting hosannas at the Pleiades, booting footballs at the moon. I shall outlast the sun. And the moon. And the stars. Dash. The Prospects of Black Bourgeoisie. By Abram L. Harris. His slave regime furnished the basis for the racial distinctions which it projected and crystallized into a social #ecology which in turn became the sentimental bulwark of the slave power and its legacy upon dissolution. In order to hold the system intact, The exploitation of black labor was justified on ground that the Negro was inherently unfit for independent participation in Western culture. Even to the poor white worker whose status was only theoretically superior to that of the slave, the Negro was accursed of God, and to labor was to work like a nigger. On the other hand, the social superiority of the master class exerted a subtle influence on the Negro slave. Conscious of his own social and economic debasement and contemptuous of the poor white man's economic infirmity, he desired to be like the old masters. The complexity of these attitudes made it impossible for the lower white and black classes to divest themselves of mutual animosity. When freedom came, the Negro, who, in culture and refinement, more nearly approximated the white man, comprised a sort of natural aristocracy which furnished the race with leaders. Under the slave regime these leaders had been the house servants and artisans. Their proximity to the dominant class of whites and, sometimes, blood relationship predisposed them to an affectation of aristocratic graces, traditions, and manners. But their social philosophy was of northern origin. This early Negro leadership was mainly political in its purpose and outlook. While the more astute Negro politicians may have perceived some of the economic factors in the race problem, only ephemeral contact was established with the labor movement of the S&S when competition provoked certain white unions to take the initiative in organizing Negro workers. Of course, many of the unions, like the typographical that was malicious in its discriminations against Negro printers, intensified the Negro workers' skepticism of white labor, particularly when organized. But the chief element that perpetuated discord and profited by it was the N&Gro politicians who were Negro labor's spokesmen during this period. These politicians were aligned with the Republican Party. When the white workers projected an independent labor party, the Negro Republicans naturally exclaimed that their party was the fountain of all social reform. The masses of Negro laborers believed in the political faith of their leaders, and their social experience could not lead to any appreciation of labor legislation such as was proposed by their white contemporaries. Not that the Negro worker disapproved class legislation. The fact was that he did not approve class legislation when it was designed to ameliorate specific racial handicaps. On the economic side, the chief undertaking directly after emancipation was the incorporation of the Freedmen's Savings Bank by the federal government. This too was tainted with Republican politics. It was not conceived by Negroes as a step in the race's economic elevation. It was organized for Negroes by their political guardians. Although the bank was a hotbed of corruption and exploitation, it served to bring the Negro closer to the habits of thought that prevailed in the capitalistic economy. Along with this indoctrination in the cultus of savings and private enterprise went habituation to the ideology of the middle classes. In later years the racial philosophy which expounded industrial efficiency to the Negro masses became the embodiment of economic individualism and business enterprise, but eschewed political alliances even with the political power that symbolized these virtues. More paradoxical than this was the fact that business enterprise as a philosophy of racial advancement was made synonymous with the industrial education of the Negro, since they both claimed to be the means of Negro economic emancipation. 2. As social ostracism increased, and the Negro's industrial education such as it was counted for little in the competitive economy, the philosophy of business enterprise succeeded in establishing its conceptual independence of the old dualism in economic thinking of Negro leaders. It became the means of promoting Negro independence of existing economic arrangements, and now, in our contemporary culture, it bids fair to preempt the field of racial betterment philosophies. The practical validity of Negro business enterprise is claimed to be attested by the surpluses of wealth individual Negroes have accumulated. The adherents to the doctrine do not advocate increasing the number of really middle-class Negroes through an increase of independent Negro farmers, even though sound business enterprise must rest as much upon such a class as upon industrial and fiscal fact. In the surrounding white population, business enterprise rests upon a fairly even distribution of functional classes, cultivation of natural resources and ownership of complex industries. Trial arrangements. In the Negro population, functional classes are most unevenly distributed, and, of course, the Negro has little industrial control and possesses a small share of the nation's natural resources. The Negro middle class is comprised of small shopkeepers, a small group of independent farmers, and persons engaged in rendering professional and personal service. Here of late a decided growth in industrial wage earners has increased the number of skilled craftsmen in the Negro population while decreasing its agricultural proletariat. At the bottom of the social ladder are to be found the unskilled laborers, domestic servants, and agricultural wage earners who constitute by far the largest functional groups. The professions are already overcrowded. The desire to escape the lot of the domestic and the poverty of the unskilled laborer accounts for the disproportionate share of Negroes that has been attracted to the healing, teaching, and exhorting professions. Relief from this top-heaviness among Negro functional classes is promised by those who undertake business enterprise as the plan of racial salvation. What are the Negro's prospects of realizing these ideals in American life? Upon the answer to this question hinges the probability of the Negro's continued social performance in accordance with bourgeois logic, as well as the prospects of a strictly racial business enterprise, the material base without which, his middle-class bias must become a useless psychological vestige of social heritage. Let us examine the postulates of business enterprise as a racial philosophy. Its adherents maintain that since the Negro problem is purely economic, the solution is the creation of competitive business enterprises within the Negro group so as to afford employment to Negroes. It is further contended that a state of racial economic sufficiency will be attained only when the Negro consumes less and produces more. The growing prevalence of the above type of reasoning undoubtedly marks a renaissance of Negro economic learning, but one whose philosophic validity was lost upon the advent of modern capitalism. Before the rise of the bourgeoisie, the doctrine that guided the economic policy of nations was mercantilism. It held that a nation's stock of gold was the best measure of national wealth and power, and that the way to increase national wealth and power was by producing goods that could be exported for money returns and by consuming less of other nations' goods. As modern industrial society gradually developed, the economists saw that interdependence and not self-sufficiency was the basis of economic and social progress. Today, even in that sphere of economic life known as international trade, this hoary fallacy of economic self-sufficiency has lost much of its pristine virtue. The doctrine of comparative costs, which is but an extension of the principle of division of labor, is of greater importance in international trade than is this notion of the self-contained community. Obviously, in a complex culture based upon specialization and interdependence of classes and individuals, there can be little approximation to individual, racial, or national self-sufficiency. The absence of statistics on the comparative industrial efficiency of racial groups makes it impossible to ascertain the productivity of different races. Such data are not necessary for a refutation of the insinuation that the Negro is a parasitical class in industrial society. What on earth has the Negro been doing these last 300s in America if he has not been producing? To what has his manpower been devoted if not to the increase of wealth and services? It is a fact, however, that the Negro has rarely owned or controlled the instruments and machines of production, i.e., social capital. Nor have the great entrepreneurs been recruited from the Negro race. The Negro as a freeman arrived very tardily on the scene of capitalistic enterprise and adventure. The greater portion of the Negro population has been wage earners and chiefly unskilled laborers. This can by no twist of economic logic be construed into meaning that the Negro has been more of a consumer than a producer. And it is futile to point out that after all, consumption is merely a demand for production and vice versa, for, what these advocates of racial business mean by increased productivity is that the Negro should procure some of the wealth-producing factors of the community, which is very different from admonishing him to become more productive. How great are the Negro's possibilities in achieving this goal? If some individuals among the Negroes are to suit as business undertakers, must their success be a purely racial phenomenon, or can it result from general conditions of the competitive economy? Social attitudes being what they are, Will not the racial identity of Negro enterprise restrict its utility to the Negro group? When pushed to its logical extremity, must not this doctrine of Negro business enterprise reckon with the feasibility of erecting within the already existing national economy, a purely racial one? Thus far the Negro's largest economic institutions have been banks, insurance, and real estate corporations and secret fraternities. In short, his most important economic institutions have been financial. Now, the financial superstructure of modern capitalism has been built up in order to hold together the underlying and somewhat diversified but interstitial parts of industry, commerce, and agriculture. Industry proper is devoted to the production of goods. Investment banks supply fixed capital, and commercial banks and paper houses supply working capital for transferring the commodities produced. While financial institutions perform a useful function in production and exchange operations of industrial society, their existence is contingent, not only upon savings, but a market for the capital which savings place at their disposal. The existence of Negro finance organizations may be assured by the savings of the masses. But what about the demand for these savings, i.e., the market for capital disposal? If the funds of Negro finance institutions flow to the general money market, these institutions must ultimately lose their racial significance in the melee of competition, which may not be a bad thing, but more of this later. If the available funds do not flow to the general market, they must be confined to investments within the race. Where is the Negro or group of Negroes who owns or controls interest in factories, mines, or public utilities that have need of fixed or liquid capital? Negro businessmen do operate funeral and embalming, and hair straightening concerns of not ordinary capitalization. These are not sufficiently numerous or potent to give solidity and flexibility to any large financial superstructure. The advances that Negro finance organizations make must take the form of short-time consumption loans or, when made for a larger period, take the form of a mortgage on real property. At all events, their assets are of a non-shiftable type. But this does not check the Negro's ambition for multiplying banks and finance corporations. One argument for the creation of Negro banks is that they enable the Negro to keep his earnings within the race. The chief lamentation of Negro business enterprise is that Negroes carry large deposits with white banks. One Negro banker upon visiting New York saw that a great many Negroes were depositing their savings with the United States Postal Savings Department. This was very distasteful to him. He seemed to have felt that a Negro bank should be organized as depository for these funds. Perhaps it never dawned on this banker that the United States government was at that time employing in New York City, alone, more Negroes than all of the Negro finance institutions combined. Little do these banking promoters realize that they and their institutions rest upon the savings of Negro masses who are employed, not by Negro but by white capitalists. Another argument for the creation of Negro banks is that they give Negro businessmen greater credit accommodations. White banks, for example, refuse to extend the same credit terms on a mortgage in real property in a Negro as in a white community. It seems that the policy is not always racial. Very often it is economic. A white businessman who seeks a loan on property which he owns in a Negro neighborhood is likely to receive much better terms from a white bank than a Negro owning the same piece of property. The white borrower's direct or indirect credit standing in the business community, apart from the security offered, plays an important part in the transaction. Moreover, it is not unlikely that this hypothetical white borrower of superior credit standing could obtain better accommodations from a Negro creditor than could the average Negro borrower. Aside from the comparative borrowing strength of the Negro and white businessman, what is the character of the security offered, i.e., the real property in the Negro community? Is it good business practice to extend the same credit on it as on property of the same appraised value in a white community? The opinion seems to be that it is not. In certain Negro communities some property is in exceptional physical condition, but the surrounding property has suffered such rapid physical depreciation that the whole section is undesirable for residential purposes. The value of first-class Negro property must for this reason fall below what its normal price would otherwise be. Moreover, once property is let to Negro tenants, its vendability is restricted and its market value reflects the limitation in demand. One may easily deplore these conditions but not deny that business actuated by the profit motif in a competitive society is forced to discriminate against mortgages on property in Negro communities. And the prime position that the real estate mortgage occupies in Negro financial operations gives Negro banking a rather non-flexible and investment character. To the extent that Negro finance institutions assist black wage earners to acquire property, they are beneficial, though limited in function. Their serviceability could as a matter of fact be heightened by organization upon a cooperative basis which would permit Negro savers to share in the surpluses. But these organizations are conceived in the spirit of business individualism. They are not organized for racial service but for private profit. The surpluses must therefore go to the entrepreneurs, and in Negro business enterprise an inordinately high proportion of the gross profit is diverted by the entrepreneur from reinvestment in the business enterprise and appropriated to his personal consumption, which is usually more conspicuously wasteful than that of wealthier and more efficient capitalists in the world of great economic achievement. As a general tendency, undue absorption of profits will inevitably weaken the whole fabric of Negro business. It has already led to what a Negro businessman called overexpansion, which is not overexpansion in any real economic sense of overinvestment. It is rather underinvestment, the quest for greater and greater profits in face of the limitations placed upon Negro finance institutions by their absence of industrial foundation and inadequate market for capital, adds the Negro entrepreneurs into promotions of dubious worth. Investments are made in amusement portions and other perpetual motion machines that are perpetual only to the extent that they secure perpetual installments of investment. But why can't Negro finance institutions secure a firm footing in economic life by purchasing the shares of industrial corporations or by organizing new ones? Before the Negro was emancipated, the great American fortunes were in the making. When he became a freeman, the foundation of the continental railway systems and the later development of mines, factories and fields had been laid. A score of years after his emancipation, huge combinations capitalized in hundreds of millions arose, stifling competition and establishing monopoly in industry. Today some of these vertical and horizontal combinations are capitalized at more than $1 billion. They have not only established a sort of hegemony in industry but have set up interlocking directorates and communities of interest in the financial domain. Does anyone acquainted with this economic evolution believe that the Negro, as such, at this late date can by some financial wizardry acquire much of the nation's sources of raw material, or obtain control of any of the productive factors? Of course the shares of large industrial and public utilities are purchasable on the market. Suppose the Negroes in the United States could be prevailed upon to pool their wealth and place it in the hands of Negro enterprises so as to gain control of some of the numerous corporations by mopping up their securities. Any one of 1,000 investment bankers could bankrupt the whole Negro race between tickings of the stock exchange tickers. No doubt some sagacious and thrifty Negro individuals, or corporations, may purchase securities of existing, or new corporations or portions of the issues of foreign and domestic governments. Such operations must of necessity be limited. When conducted on a wide scale, the Negro business is forced to take chances in the general competitive market where small and inexperienced economic endeavor is disadvantaged. Capitalize some racial enterprise at $1 billion. If it would live, it must ultimately compete with white business. This, for the reasons already alluded to, would be its undoing. The financial prowess of the Jewish capitalists is often cited for Negro emulation. But the existence of a large population of poor Jews who know more than Negroes, the occasional object of Jewish capitalists' charity, have escaped the wage-earning class merely because of the existence of Jewish financiers, is usually ignored. A more important fact of Jewry is ignored: the financial history of the Jew. Vide Taussig, Principles of Economics, I. Also Moody, The Truth About Trusts. which dates back to the Middle Ages when the Church's edict against usury gave the Jews monopoly of money lending. The logical conclusions from these observations may be summarized. Negro financial institutions can neither hope to exert any considerable control over national industry requiring fixed capital nor over purely commercial transactions necessitating working capital. Social attitudes being what they are, the racial identity of Negro economic institutions will, perforce of these attitudes, confine their services to the Negro race. The restriction of the dealings of Negro finance institutions to the race will shunt them from the general investment market, thus further proscribing their utility. These institutions may incidentally assist some Negroes to acquire a stake in the economic order and furnish employment to a limited number of educated Negroes, but the masses of Negroes must continue to look to white capitalism for employment. They are a sort of illogically necessary appurtenance in an economic world where the large capital accumulations necessary for production must depend on Negro as well as on white savers, but where it is felt desirable for social reasons to maintain white and black institutions even at the cost of tragic waste. The philosophy of wealth and economic enterprise grips the imagination of the Negro even in the lower stratum. The tenacity with which this belief in racial economic independence is held results from a fructification of the bourgeois ideals that social pressure forced Negroes to emulate, irrespective of social class. And while there is need for theoretical formulation of Negro economic experience, there are few, if any, trained Negro economists. But even if theoreticians existed in the Negro population, their profoundest formulations, however rational, when contrary to popular assumptions would be futile speculation to a racial group that is looking for solutions and is impatient of theory. To a Young Poet. By George Chester Morse. Lincoln University. Just as molten thoughts o'erflow from an unknown fiery source to form themselves in poetry, such as the wavering self in woe, seeking life's straight or winding course to infinity. Y.S. On a page of undergraduate verse to a Mockingbird by Herman E. Fields. Shaw University. I have listened, oft have listened. Lo, a voice I love to hear. Soft what's echo oft resounded, falling faintly on my ear. And I asked me, I listened. Lo, that voice, so clear and sweet. As I wandered in the wild wood, as I heard the notes repeat, Gould, this voice of wondrous beauty, trilling anthems so divine, be a seraph, nymph, or angel, thus to cheer this soul of mine. Was it spirit, the harp of nature, chanting praises to the skies, or the loving voice, transcendent, of a bird in paradise? And when evening falls upon me, still its little form I see, fitting in the pale blue heaven, or about the leafy tree. Even then the echoes haunt me, even yet I hear the cry, ringing still though but a memory, that will live and never die. Congenital. By Katherine Jackson. Tougaloo College. A pig will be a pig. It matters not his name. Whenever he is fed, he always acts the same. Idle. By Gladys M. Jameson. Howard University. Tall, straight birches, starkly etched against the sky. Virgin slim they stand, mutely questing. Silver fingers pointed upwards. Lissom willows bend. Their silver leaves cast dappled shade upon the dimpled bosom of the placid, dreaming stream. Dash. If nothing touches the palm leaves, they do not rustle. An African proverb. A drawing for Copper Sun, by Charles Cullen. Courtesy of Harper and Brothers. Dash. Verisimilitude. By John P. Davis. Am a rather young man, with no especial knack for writing, who has a story to tell. I want to tell it as I feel it without restraint, but I can't do that. Critics are already waxing sarcastic about this way of doing things. They think it is too emotional, too melodramatic. I am going to attempt to tell the story I have in me without any fuss or sensation. secs at to achieve grandeur of generality, to attain the universal rather than he specific. These are the things I am trying to do. I want you to say when you have finished reading, that reminds me of. Or there are thousands like that. Character, I may never have known one, but there are thousands, thousands. There must be. Now you can help me, if you will forget everything else in the world except this story. Whether it actually happened or not is of little consequence. The important thing is that it might have happened, that, in mathematical or scientific terms, given such causes working on such characters, the results about which I am going to tell you would have happened. If at any time you feel that there is something in the story that couldn't happen on your own main street, then stop reading. I don't want to create monsters, but real, living characters. Now this is the story of a man. A man is the hero of most stories. Man is the hero of life. This man was a Negro. Negroes are common enough. There are 15 million, more or less, in the United States alone. This Negro man was in love. Love is the theme of 90% of all fiction. I doubt that it is the theme of 90% of life. But no matter, it is common enough in these days. The next fact in the plot may seem to point the way to something grotesque, something that veers away off from the center of normal human existence like a comet. The Negro man loved a white woman. Are you disappointed already? Well, I am sorry. But I was a census taker in Virginia. And you would be surprised at the number of cases of intermarriage I found. That is why they passed an anti-intermarriage law there. There are such laws in nearly all southern states. There must be a reason back of these statutes. Legislatures don't pass laws for nothing. So it wouldn't be strange if I wrote a story about a Negro man who loved a white woman and married her. But I have no intention of marrying my characters. In fact, my plot exists because they did not marry. I say only that he loved her. Whether she loved him, I leave you to judge when you have read the story. This Negro man was tall, young, and brown. There is nothing to quarrel with here. I haven't said he was handsome. Surely, young, tall, brown Negro bundle wrappers in downtown New York department stores are common enough not to shock you out of belief. And just as ordinary and matter-of-fact are slim, little, rather nice-looking white sales girls. You see these two characters now, don't you? You see them working side by side 10 hours a day. One is selling yard after yard of varicolored cambric to fat housewives who are harder to please than you would expect Mrs. J. Pierpont Morgan to be. You see these termagants snarl at the shopgirl and then go to buy cambric at a cheaper price in one of the cut-rate stores. Of course, it is the most natural thing in the world that the shopgirl should get angry and stick her tongue out at them when they have turned their backs. Take a look at the other character. He is at the end of the counter wrapping up package after package which the girl hands him. He hears the housewives' quarrelsome babble. He sees the girl make faces at them. He sympathizes and smiles at her as if to say, I understand how it is with you. The girl has caught the smile and thrown it back. She wants to talk about that last old biddy who put on the airs of her mistress. And she doesn't see why she shouldn't talk to this bundle wrapper. He smiled, he would understand. She goes over while there is a lull in the sale of cambric and chats with him about that old fool who expected to get something for nothing and blamed me because Jimbles charged a cent less per yard for cambric than we did. Why the heck didn't she go there in the first place? Or he laughs at the way she got back at the woman. She laughs. The tension is broken. They understand. Isn't all this about as natural and plausible as may be? Put yourself in place of either of the characters. Would you have acted differently? Common suffering leads to mutual interest, that's why men forced to fight against tyranny form friendships for one another. It is just as plausible, then, that this girl and this man, united by laughter, should form a combine against stupid customers. Talk with a man and you find out that he isn't so different after all. You can't know a man and hate him, said Woodrow Wilson. The girl, Mame, probably never heard that statement, but she was human nature just the same. She talked with this bundle wrapper. Let's call him Paul. Mame found that Paul went to movies, read the Daily Graphic, and was on the whole a normal human being. She forgot to notice any difference in him. And in the little RESPites from selling cambric she liked to talk to him about this, that, or the other thing. What they actually said doesn't matter. This will serve as a specimen of what they might have said. Mame, I'll sure be glad when 6 o'clock comes. Paul, so will I. Now right here I had better tell you that I am not trying to reproduce Paul's southern accent or Mame's American Cockney dialect. How they said things doesn't matter. It is sufficient to give you the impression of what they thought. Your imagination will have to do the rest. Paul, have you heard anything about the new rule for closing on Saturdays beginning in June? Mame, I haven't heard anything definite, but I certainly hope they do. But enough of this. The things they talked about, then, were just everyday matters of fact about work, life, and movies. Paul never tried to go any farther. Mame never said more than, "See you tomorrow," when she pulled the black cloth over the cambric counter and arranged her cloche hat on her sleek round head. In real life things don't continue as they began ever. You come to know a person as an acquaintance. Then you are thrown into more intimate contact with him. After that it isn't long before you like him better or like him less. That was the case with Abelard and Heloise. It was true of Paul and Mame. It won't take much imagination to suppose that Mame lived on Th Street and Paul on St. White people live on Th, black people inhabit St. It shouldn't strain your fancy either to imagine that they both usually rode home from work on top of a 7th Avenue bus. Suppose that coming out from work one evening, some 2 or 3 months after their first laugh together, Mame should be waiting for a bus at the same time and the same corner as Paul. This might not have happened. Paul might have lived in Brooklyn and Mame have been accustomed to going home on the subway. But it isn't being sensational to throw characters together to aid the action of the plot. So they did meet each other one night about 6:15 o'clock waiting for a bus. Paul tipped his hat, Mame smiled. Bus number 2 came along crowded. They went up to the top. There was one seat vacant. They sat down together. They talked of everything you think they would talk about. Here were no distractions to interrupt their conversation. They talked as they passed throngs of tired everyday toilers pouring out of stores and warehouses at 42nd Street. They talked as they passed alongside Central Park. They talked as the bus trundled into Upper 7th Avenue. Mame got off at 119th Street. She smiled and said goodbye. Here are flaws in this little episode, I admit. A little too much coincidence. A bit too little motivation. But if you are not too fastidious a reader, I think you will let it pass. For at least it is within the realms of plausibility. Let us say that Paul and Mame did not meet again for a week, 2 weeks, a month. But don't let us say they never met again. They did. Perhaps Paul covertly planned it. Perhaps Mame did. That doesn't matter. They met. A hate is sufficient. And they met several times. In fact, it became a habit for them to ride up on the bus together. Am I losing reality? I think not. You see, after all, the thing I am suggesting is a mere mechanical detail. Although I handle it clumsily, the intrinsic design of the life I am trying to depict cannot be destroyed. So far so good, you say, but whither go we, or, if you incline to slang, what has their riding home from work together got to do with the wholesale prices or onions? Or the answer is simple. It was on such occasions that Mame found in Paul something she liked. What was the something, you ask? Say Mame discovered that Paul was going to night school in preparation for a clerical examination for a position in the municipal department of New York. Not much to admire from your point of view. But suppose all Mame's life had been one of crowded tenements. Say she lived with a cross old aunt, wanted an escape, wanted to get away from humdrum life, to be something better, to marry a decent man. Every woman admires a man who is doing things. And Paul, from Mame's point of view, was doing things. She said to herself, "This colored fellow is different from anybody else I've ever known. He is a man. I like him. I wish Albert would go to night school." And Paul probably thought, "This white girl is a lot less stuck up than some colored girls I know. She's darn decent to talk with me like this. I wonder if she would go to the movies some night with me." Here we are, hundreds of sentences and thousands of words from the beginning, and never a sign of complications. Well, they will be with us in a moment. First I must get Paul and Mame in love. I could spare myself a great deal of tedious detail by just saying they came to love one another. But you would not believe me. All readers come from Missouri. Anyway, I am going to compromise with principle and say that Paul came to love Mame first because of novelty, and then because he was forced to admire a woman who broke convention to love him. And Mame fell in love with Paul because to her he represented a somewhat better man than any other she had ever known. The process of falling in love is an evasive thing at best. You somehow know you are in love, but when and how and, above all, why defy analysis. It is an elusive something. Say, then, that these two characters fell in love. If you want a dash of sentiment, say they saw dawn in each other's eyes. There are lovers that do. If you are practical, say Mame saw possibilities of a 3-room apartment and no more drudgery. Repeat for emphasis, they fell in love. What about Albert? Well, let Albert be a wastrel, a drunkard, a loafer. You will find a great many like him. Doubtless, you know a few. I promised you complications. Life demands them as well as you. Complications, here they are. Paul takes Mame to see Liada Putty in Variety at the Rialto. A colored fellow whom he knows sees them. Next morning all Harlem is gossiping about Paul, who has turned pink chaser. When Harlem talks about you, it means that you feel curious eyes staring at you. The spirit of scandal stalks your path. People you know avert their eyes as you pass. Stand on the street corner and you stand alone. That is the effect of the colored Mrs. Grundy on a man. The white Mrs. Grundy may look different, but the Lady and Judy O'Grady are sisters under the skins. On 119th Street houses have just as many eyes as on 31st. So when Mame let Paul take her home once or twice, people talked. Albert heard about it and raised hell. The aunt heard about tea and threatened to kick Mame out if she didn't stop going around with a nigger. Mame looked guilty. Does this suit you? You have the sunshine and now you see the clouds. Are you worried? You should be. I am not one to lead you up to tragedy and then turn aside to talk about flowers. Well, you know and I know that life wouldn't let this end happily. There has got to be death, there has got to be sorrow. And since it must be, let it come soon. But I am not quite ready for the showdown. Like a woman who powders her nose before every great moment of her life, I must hesitate, demur, in a word, build up suspense. We need emotional intensification here. For that purpose let Paul be happy enough with Mame to forget the snubs of his own people. Let Mame pacify her aunt temporarily by threatening to leave and thus deplete the family revenue $11 a week. The $11 represents Mame's contribution for room and board. Leave a cancerous wound in the souls of both characters, if you must, but let them live yet a while. For, like Almanzor, they have not leisure yet to die. Don't be provoked with me. Don't accuse me of playing in wench-like words with something serious. Peace. Brother. Peace. Sister. All will be clear in only a little while. Soon you will know. Soon you will sit back in your chair and see Mame and Paul as duly garnished sacrifices. And whether you like them or not, you will know them as they are. Paul and Mame were happy. They went to Staten Island on picnics. They went to movies. Paul gave Mame candy. Mame gave Paul a tie for his birthday. And love, the ideal of humanity, lived in their hearts. Or if this is too poetic, just say they enjoyed being with one another. I have not explained their love fully enough, maybe, but can you explain it better? If you can, please fill in the facts for yourself. When two persons become intimate with one another, they lose their sense of proportion. They respect neither time, custom, nor place. This fact got Paul and Mame into trouble. They didn't know when it was time to stop talking and pay attention to their work. You see, it was one thing to exchange a few commonplaces while at work, but it was quite another to delay customers or to smile at each other while the world was waiting for a yard of cambric. Businessmen know such delays irritate their customers. That is why they hire floor managers to snoop on their sales girls. You see what I am driving at, don't you? I am getting Paul and Mame into more trouble. Soon I'll have them discharged. But not before I give a sidelight on the episode. Shop girls have had love affairs before. They have kept customers waiting before, and have got away with it under the very eyes of floor managers. It isn't enough, therefore, for me to offer this as the only excuse for getting Mame and Paul discharged. But I can suggest others. A young Negro man talking to a young white woman for more than 5 minutes is always subject to suspicion. And when this is repeated again and again, scandal gets busy. You know this as well as I do. There is still another reason. Perhaps, you remember Albert. I shouldn't have had any justification for naming him if I did not intend to weave him into the plot. It would have been faulty technique. So Albert comes in here. He enters through the department store door and makes his way to the cambric counter. Now he is on the scene. He is half drunk and a little loud. It is 10:30 in the morning and Albert has come to tell Paul that he had better damn sight leave his woman alone. All white women, in fact. That's just what Albert did. He bawled Paul out right before a crowd of people. And Mame couldn't keep her temper. She turned red in the face. She dug her nails in her hands and wanted to fly at Albert. Paul held her back. He put his arm around her. The crowd grew larger. A policeman took Albert away. That is all there is for Albert to do in this story. The floor manager whispered something to Paul and about 2 hours later both Paul and Mame had their salaries in little manila envelopes. You can't blame the floor manager very much. It was for the good of the business. Anyway, as he told Paul, he had noticed for some time that they were not paying attention to business. He didn't get angry. He was simply hard, cold and matter of fact. That was all. Here we are facing the climax of this personally conducted tour of a short story. Mame and Paul are out of a job. They have to live. Mame is crying. Life seems unfair, bitter, unkind. Don't weep because Mame did. Stand on the sidelines and see the show. What are Hecuba's tears to you, or Mame's? I only record that she wept because, under the circumstances, I think she would have done so. Paul gritted his teeth. They would get a job soon, he told her. And it wouldn't be long before he would be able to take the clerical examination. Then they could get married and go to Atlantic City for a honeymoon. All that is needed here is a little time and a little sanity. But life would cease to be a tragedy, if time would wait for us. The harsh reality, the bitterness of life comes because everything in the world is run by clocks and whistles. Time to get up. Time to retire. Time to live. And time to die. To use a slang expression, Mame and Paul didn't pathetically Drake. If you have ever hunted for a job in New York, you know what it is like to do so. Your feet hurt after the first 2 or 3 days. You get tired of being told that there are no vacancies. Sometimes you go back to the same place on 5 or 6 occasions before you can find the employment manager in his office, and then he only shakes his head. Sometimes you think you've got a job, then you are asked where you worked last, how long, why you quit, if you have any references. Your heart sinks and you go out of the door of the inner office, through the outer office, down the elevator and out into the street. And all the time you are saying to yourself, "Oh God, dear God, am I your creature? A man can stand a great deal more of this sort of thing than a woman." Mame gave up, Paul lasted. There were other reasons for Mame's surrender, but this had its share in the result. Mame, I have said, contributed $11 a week to her aunt. A week or so after she was fired, her contributions ceased. Mame hadn't saved up much. Soon that was gone. You understand how that might happen, I know. Money doesn't come from the skies. And the girl's name was Mame and not Cinderella. Mame's aunt was angry with Mame in the first place for taking up with the nigger. She was angrier when Mame lost her job. "I told you so's" dinned in Mame's ears and buzzed in her head. It was too much for the aunt to stand when Mame couldn't pay her the $11. Mame had to do one thing or the other, either get out or give up that nigger. Those were the aunt's own words. Do you think that the aunt is too hard a character? Read any metropolitan daily. The world is getting hard and cold. All the world wants is money. Money was all Mame's aunt wanted. So she turned Mame out. But she wasn't altogether cold. She didn't really mean to turn her out. She wanted only to teach Mame a lesson. After all, blood is thicker than water. She didn't believe Mame would really go. She wanted her to stop being a fool and come down to earth. There were plenty of decent young white men she could marry. It was infatuation or something that got Mame this way. If she had her way, she'd either put Marn in the insane asylum or that nigger in jail. Whoever heard of such carry-ings on? She was tired of having people talk about her. She wasn't going to be related to a nigger even by marriage. Don't blame Mame's aunt any more than you did the floor manager or Albert. All of them are just cogs in the wheels of the world. If you must fume and fret, say simply that all the world's a pasture and each one in the world, a jackass. This is what human beings such as Mame's aunt and Albert and the floor manager might have done to such a girl as Mame. What would Mame have done? Probably, gone to Paul. She did. But he could not take care of her. He had no money. He was being threatened himself with being put out of his rooming house because he didn't pay his rent. It was a poor time to try to bring a young, unmarried white woman into a respectable Harlem rooming house. Go where? Somewhere, you say? But where? There are streets. But streets in New York are either covered with soft, cold snow, or melted by the rays of a hot blazing sun. Try living in New York without money. Try living anywhere without money. Friends, you suggest? I wish I could. But where are friends when your aunt turns you out of doors and you have done what Mame had done? Then, who with pride would go a-begging? Only one thing remains, it whispers in your ear every time there seems no way out: suicide. Suicide isn't normal. Only abnormal people think of it. Joy may drop from you like a dead bird from a leafless tree, but, somehow, life is still sweet. But too much defeat, too much bitterness make people abnormal. Consider a woman who has drudged all her life, put her in Mame's place. You will find that she is like the string on a violin, draw her too tightly and she snaps. Something snapped in Mame. She kissed Paul goodnight in the park, spent her last $1.50 to get a room in a settlement house and turned on the gas. Don't blame Paul. He didn't know she was going to commit suicide. He thought he would see her the next day. Don't say Mame isn't true to life. If you believe she is not, live her life over. Spend 2 months looking for a job, wandering willy-nilly. Then put her back into the picture as a human being. I think you will succeed. What about Paul? There isn't much to tell. He stood it. He stood Mame's death. But how he stood it I leave you to imagine. You will agree that he grew bitter. You will not agree that he would commit suicide. That is the sort of melodramatic thing I want to avoid. I am sorry Mame had to commit suicide. But I don't see how she could help it. Do you? Suppose that after Mame's death Paul got a job as a longshoreman on the New York docks. Not as clerk in the municipal department, mind you. He had given up night school when he lost his job. Then Mame had died and he hadn't gone back. He was bitter, he grew cynical. No money, no job, Mame, were the causes. He might have got over it sometime, but that time didn't come. T.S. This anticlimactic? Not quite. Remember, Paul is really the chief character. When you have gone through what Paul went through, you won't be happy and optimistic. You are apt to look on the world and people in it as just so much damned rot. You are apt to walk around with a chip on your shoulder. And a chip on your shoulder doesn't help you any if you are a longshoreman. They are hard-working, hard-swearing, sweating Negroes, Irish and whatnots, these longshore gangs. And the dock is no place for Hamlet. Even Falstaff would have a hard time getting along. You've got to laugh loudly, work hard, and mix with the gang. Paul did none of these things. He felt just a little above them. He was always moody, introspective, hard to get along with. Even Negroes despised him. You can imagine the opinion that the Irish held. Under the circumstances, can't you imagine Paul becoming a flaming pillar of rage when an Irish longshore boss yelled at him, "Hey, nigger, stop dreaming and go to work." Yes, I mean you son of a, but the Irish fellow didn't finish his oath. Paul hit him over the head with a chisel. Chisels are common on the docks. They are used to open boxes. Paul opened the fellow's head with one. He didn't kill him. The Irish foreman lived to testify against Paul. He was quite well when the district attorney painted a gaudy word picture of how Paul lost his last job. He saw 12 ordinary men, readers of the Daily Graphic, cigar salesmen, shopkeepers, butchers, insurance agents, all, somehow, a little influenced by the way Paul glared at people in the courtroom and by the district attorney's subtle suggestion that Paul had been the cause of a white woman's suicide. Of course, they thought more about the affair than actually happened. Can't you see that district attorney? He's running on the state ticket next year. He's got to make a record. Some cases he can't prosecute to win. Politics won't let him. Here is one in which he can have a free hand. Here he can make a name for himself. Look at the jury. They don't know much about sociology, but they know where to get the best beer in New York City. Look at the judge. He's a scholarly man, but he's sick of the crime wave. Something's got to be done. And Paul to him is obviously a criminal. Look at the young man who calls himself a lawyer. He is defending Paul and he means well. But his best JS not good enough. Maybe next year or year after he'll be a good lawyer. Paul won't smile, he won't plead. He is obstinate. I think you will find little fault with the verdict. Guilty. The law is the law. He was lucky to get only 7 years. I have outlined this story and set it in New York. If you like, you may write it to please your taste and set it any place under the sun. The results would not vary a great deal. If you must have a happy ending, pardon Paul, or bring him back from prison and regenerate him. But I doubt if you will succeed. It is hard to get a pardon. It is harder to reform a man who looks on life pessimistically for 7 years. At least grant that what I have outlined is true or might be true. As someone has written, the sum and substance of the tale is this. The rest is but the mise en scene. And if I have painted it amiss, I am a prattler and a charlatan. Oh yes, you will want a moral. I had forgot. Take it from Shakespeare, golden lads and girls all must like chimney sweepers come to dust. Undergraduate verse. Fisk University. Night White God. By T. Thomas Fortune Fletcher. Night in the South, God is white. Is a black mother, why should I pray? Mourning for murdered sons if I called him. And ravished daughters. He'd turn away. Life. By Richard Jefferson. Poem. Life is a woman's tongue, ity, what ray os. That babbles on and on. Till quick, impatient death I longed to write a poem of life, weary of hearing it one that was fierce and bitter, wild. Constantly rave but wrote of stars when once I saw conceals it a white man strangle his black child. Dash. Mrs. Bailey pays the rent. By Ira Dia. Read. Won't you come home, Bill Bailey? Won't you come home? She mourns the whole day long. TLL do the cooking, I'll pay the rent, I know I've done you wrong. Remember that rainy evening I drove you out, with nothing but a fine tooth comb? Ain't that a shame? I know I'm to blame, Bill Bailey, won't you please come home? Old popular song. Vived survive. 20 to 30 couples packed into two small rooms, slow dragging to the plaintive blues of the piano player, whose music had a bass accompaniment furnished by his feet. The piano was open top and front that the strains may be more distinct, and that the artist may have the joy of seeing as well as hearing his deft touches reflected in the mechanics of the instrument. They were a free-joy unconfined group. Their conventions were their own. If they wished to guffaw they did, if they wished to fight they did. But they chiefly danced not with the aloofness of a modern Gilio but with fervor. What a picture they presented! Women in ginghams or cheap finery, men in peg-top trousers, silk shirts, loud armbands, and the ever-present tan shoes with the bulldog toe. Feet stamped merrily, songs sung cheerily. No blues writer can ever record accurately the tones and words of those songs. They are to be heard and not written. Bodies sweating, struggling in their effort to get the most of the dance, a drink of lightning to accelerate the enthusiasm, floors creaking and sagging, everybody happy. During the dance as well as the intermission, you bought your refreshments. This was a vital part of the evening's enjoyment. But what food you could get for a little money. Each place had its specialties: hoppin' john, or mulatto rice, okra gumbo, sweet potato pone, sometimes _ chicken chitlins, hog maws, or other strictly southern dishes. You ate your fill. Dancing was resumed and continued until all were ready to leave, or it had suddenly ended in a brawl, causing the Black Maria to take some to the station house and the police sending the remaining folk to their respective homes. And there were those among us who had a reverential respect for such affairs. At that time there was no great popularity attached to a study of the Negro in his social environment. These were just plain folks having a good time. On the other hand, they were capable of description, and to those of us who knew, they were known as struggles, breakdowns, razor drills, flop wallies and chitterling parties. These they were in fact as well as fancy. It was a struggle to dance in those crowded little rooms, while one never knew if the cheaply constructed flooring would collapse in the midst of its sagging and creaking. What assurance did one have that the glistening steel of a razor or switchblade would not flash before the evening's play was done? And very often chitlins were served, yet by the time 40 sweating bodies had danced in a small parlor with one window a summer's evening and continued to dance well, the party still deserved that name. But Mrs. Bailey paid her rent. News item: growing out of economic stress, this form of nocturnal diversion has taken root in Harlem, that section known as the world's largest Negro center. Its correct and more dignified name is Parlor Social, but in the language of the street, it's caustically referred to as a house rent party. With the mass movement of Southern Negroes to northern cities, came their little custom. Harlem was astounded. Socially minded individuals claimed that the HCL, with the relative insufficiency of wages, was entirely responsible for this ignominious situation, that the exorbitant rents paid by the Negro wage earners had given rise to the obnoxious house rent party. The truth seemed to be that the old party of the South had attired itself a la Harlem. Within a few years the custom developed into a business venture whereby a tenant sought to pay a rent 4, 5, and 6 times as great as was paid in the South. It developed byproducts both legal and otherwise, hence it became extremely popular. Papa is mad about the way you do. So meet the gang and skoo at. Yes sir, that's my baby, and the band of those destined for heaven, with the prophets and King Jesus, are safely transported thither aboard a train. This journey by train to their last, Long station is but an accentuated expression of the fascination and mystery which trains hold for Negroes of the South. I have often thought that the Negro farmhand would lose heart once for all, were it not for the daily encouragement he takes from the whistle of his favorite locomotives. Tied to his plow, under the red, burning sun, or aching with the loneliness of the sterile night, he can find all his desire for escape, all the courage he lacks in the face of the unknown, mingled with his inescapable hopelessness, in the deep-throat, prolonged blast of the express train, like a challenge to untraveled lands, a terrifying cry to his petty township. A journey by train for no more than 3 or 5 miles fills the poor Negroes of the South with confidence and elation. They are not only holiday makers, they are seekers and adventurers. With all their children and world's gear about them, they leave nothing more precious than a squalid, smoke-painted shanty, with its empty pigsty. Who knows, then, if perchance they may not find a changed life in the next town or county, and never return? It is pitiable they should not yet have learned they have no fair country, and that oppression rides with them. Yet, no one who has not had his world bounded into less clean and metaphorical limits than those of a nutshell can understand the hope which these, who journey from home, feel at the possibility of escape. To them, the mere fact of motion suggests new independence, and incites their trammeled spirits with unbounded enthusiasm. They are rolling, in a rolling world, and at every local station exhort their friends, from the windows, to join the band. Get on board, little children, there's room for many a mo. Is the spirit, if not the letter, of their greeting. Aboard, they are all friends, drawn by their common adventure. A gambler and bully boy lavishes his famed courtliness on a withered, old sister, brave in her antebellum finery, and falls at length into her revival plans. I have often noticed a fine-looking type of old gentleman, whose rich, brown skin, and soft, curly hair lend him a gentility the Jewish patriarchs lacked. He seems destined to encounter some buxom, dark-skinned fancy woman, who cleverly leads him into his favorite discourses on the virtues of renunciation. 156. And purity. Trained in flattery by her mode of life, she sits like a rapt student at her master's feet. And if, by unlucky goodness of heart, she offers him a pint of her own homemade spirits, knowing the indigence of the pure in heart, he will feel the simple testimony, and forgive. There will be also the irreconcilables, like this white-skinned lady from the north. She feels only the indignity of the segregated train, and suffers from a kind of hyperesthesia in this crude gathering of her own people. The odors from their full meal of fried chicken, I have seen even the delectable cabbage in lunch boxes, arouse in her a genuine hatred of the whole clan, and she would enjoy lynching those wayworn sisters who unshoe their tortured feet. These black folk from whom she shrinks, however, are incorrigibly gentle and court us, and seek by persistent attentions to make her comfortable, even to talk with her like a fellow being in a world of trouble. But her thoughts are fixed, with bitter longing, on the parlor car. And yet, among the Florida tourists, from the observation car through the dining and lounging cars, down to this truncated segment of the baggage car, she would find no wit and smiles to put zest in the journey, like these about her. Starvation, one's own ignorance, persecution, hard luck, and the way of woman, all are turned into laughter, now reckless, and now ultimately philosophic. A jet-black woman is laughed at by her equally dark escort for spending time and effort to rouge and powder, and she sees the ridiculous futility of her vanity, and laughs more heartily than he. A consumptive of huge frame jokingly threatens the young porter for treading on his feet, and cannot laugh without pain. And in one corner, in spite of the scowls of the conductor, a one-legged miner sings rich harmonies to his guitar, strumming with fervent sympathy, "Wonder where's dem Hebrew children? That he should look to Palestine 2,000 years ago for homeless ones to pity." More animated and cheerful is the storyteller, touched by just enough of the grape-turned corn now in this makeshift world to inspire him to a longer tale of his wanderings. He knows himself a romantic protagonist for this young college boy who listens, and carries his adventures farther into the hero world. There, sweet brown girls cherish him, or evil women betray him, according to the powers of the grape. For the most part, he has had Herculean jobs in the mines or on the docks, and harder luck with his women than Samson, but now that he's once again railroading, behind an 8-driving engine, with the rails ringing, his confidence returns. Tomorrow, nay tonight at the end of his fare, he may be hungry and in the park, but as he talks now, homelessness and starvation are dangers in romance, no more fatal than the wounds of the archangels, which bleed itcher, and heal forthwith. So it is with them all, escaping the weight of hardship and persecution by some exhilaration of the moment. In an hour now, many will be left at their lonely, country station, while the great engine burns its fiery trail across the black sky, driving on into other lands with happier children. But now they are still in a band and confident. Their pride and courage are fortified by the swag jeers of the porter, for he is one of their own. They feel it a strange and hopeful dispensation that he should be here to guide them safely in. So they roll on into a mystery. In the great city station, this sense of mystery becomes at once awful and exhilarating. They give porters tips of 5 cents in a beautiful trance of lavishness. The marble under their feet is turned to buoyant ether, and the great dome above draws their spirits in prayers and hallelujahs. And their exhilaration is the keener because against this brilliant spectacle, they can see in their mind's eye the alley shack where they will come into the city's life. Now they feel only that here is a journey finished in a new and better land, full of light and splendor. They have not gone this journey of physical hardship and spiritual cramping without the strength of hope and faith. This faith they will not lose in the newer lands to which they must eventually come, for it is revived daily by the barest victory over disease and poverty, and these will travel with them, to chasten. They go also with humility, which we will not think meanness of spirit, until we have known the daily bitterness of being forced to resign hope and manhood. And if they are humble, having faith in their journey, and courage still to face it with laughter and friendliness, perhaps they may be allowed to go in their stocking feet, at ease over their dinner of cabbage, until they shall understand the ways of our fine lady, and some day, perchance, even of the Florida tourists. A Student I Know. By Jonathan H. Brooks. He mocks the God invisible, to whom his mother prays. What stands on faith for proof ts built on shifting sands, he says. To him life ts a heartless game. I grapple, fight, defy. He says, the world is his who wins. The losers, let them dte. Ah, greenhorn pilgrim, duped by thieves. And left to writhe in dirt beside the way to Jericho. Wounded, robbed, and hurt. And I passed by. By Joseph Marie Andrew. Used to take so much of life for granted. Enough to eat, enough ig sleep, enough rest, not too much to do the schools I wanted, the and things I wanted, friends with the things they wanted. I had even been pit-pat too. Took the natural trickery of the /white man to be an indelible streak in the breed. An indelible streak that only called for enough distrust on my own part to get along. Take so much of life for granted. But once the wing of death swept across my home. Swept across my home twice in 2 short years. It swept twice. It made sure that all of my heart was beneath the 2 pieces of the world that men call graves. I used to take so much of life for granted. When the wing had swept clean the halls of my home, people came and talked. Came to talk, to tell me how to face 2 spaces that were empty forever. Empty spaces that ached. Then the talk and the people flowed back around me like blood from around a wound. The empty spaces ached. I was the flesh around the wound, the empty spaces, the wound. I cried to high heaven, is God really good? But I should have bowed and cried low, yet somehow God is really good. Had taken too much for granted, you see. The wing swept clean. It swept away the scales from my eyes, too. I began to soften. Soft, you will see what I mean. The scales left my eyes. I decided I could again see and talk once more without dropping out of things into my own abyss. Thus I set out on a winter's evening with a friend to dinner. Cold air pooled around us as we stepped out of the door. I took a deep sniff, drew in as much as I could, pressed my cheeks deeper in the fur around me, appreciated my friend's well-clad appearance, sniffed her perfume, and let my pulse race ahead to the click of our heels on the pavement. Nothing troubled us. Absolutely nothing at all. School and its work lay behind us. A home we could really enjoy lay ahead. We pattered. Light talk pattered with our heels. Let's walk all the way. I had to skip a step as I said. It was so good to be freely alive. Want to walk for once, replied the girl beside me. The hill mounted. Our blood pounded. Our heels clicked. Our tongues raced. I could breathe deeply, and I could only know it was cold by the whiffs of the air across my nose. The hill veered sharply. We would either have to prolong the jaunt or take her a shortcut. Are you afraid to cut through street? Asked my companion. She mentioned a street that is not supposed to be safe after dark. It has sad houses, sad stores in every available space, and people, white and colored. Up and down it. It is sad. The white and colored people fight pitched battles and hate each other as if each blamed the other for being there. No, of course I am not afraid. My pulse made me say that. We struck out. I really was a bit afraid. That made my pulses race harder. We crossed an intersection. I stumbled over the car tracks and hopped the curb. Then I turned to look back. Not buttered fingers but buttered toes, I explained. The other girl did not answer. She looked beyond me. I turned the other way to look too. Something soft brushed against me. A girl, slender, dead white, in a light blue dress with a low round neck and with bedroom slippers on her feet, staggered against me. I welched away. She fell in a sort of confusion against the building behind us. The street light lay full in her face. Her eyes were half closed, her mouth slightly opened. Something made me catch hold of my throat. The girl staggered and stumbled. She went around the corner. Oh. It sounded futile even to me, but I said it. We both stared at one another. I rambled on. She did not have a coat. I started toward the corner. She is sick. You'd better let that cracker alone. You do not know this place. This is street, cried the girl with me. I wavered. This was street. That sent us on up the hill. A weight fell on me. The sidewalk made me stumble. I felt burdened. I was stumbling. I sat at the table. Food, talk, good fellowship flowed around me, bathed me about. Come to and answer my question, someone said beside me. Mustn't let yourself worry, my dear, the hostess whispered in the kindly warmth of motherly middle age. Tears wavered in my eyes. She thought I was rooting back. Digging beneath my wound. Filling my empty spaces with dreams that hurt. But cold. A blue voile dress. Bedroom slippers. Eyes half opened. But she was white. She would have pushed me away if I had touched her and she had seen my brown flesh. What did I have to do with it? She would have spat in my face. Still a white face swam before me. It swam between me and my plate. A pale blue voile dress. I only knew it was cold by the touch of wind across my face. I tried to blot it out then. I tasted food. Tasted ideas. Talked. Listened. Gave in talk. Shut it out. Shut out the cry within me. Shut out the cry. What had I to do with it? What had I to do with it? Played. Played the piano to shut it out. You always play so beautifully for me, the hostess purred. Beautifully for her. I was trying to send out the warmth my fingers should have had to a thin pale body in a blue voile dress. Trying to make myself hard. Playing down the fight that was within me. You should have gone back. What had I to do with the Jesus of Nazareth? I was too soft. It was the empty spaces that made me soft. People forget things that have nothing to do with them, why could not I? Why could I not let it alone? Empty spaces. She was sick. The dress was blue voile. A room full of warmth and easy, pleasant, lovable folk. Dash. The room was warm, bare arms, empty spaces. She would leave a space empty. Someone else would become the flesh around the wound. Aching around an empty space. Empty. Aching. And I had gone up the hill. Jesus of Nazareth. What had I to do with the earth? I took my hands off the keys and laid one quickly over my lips. Does your tooth ache? Someone queried behind me. I had to leave then. Someone else was talking in the room next to me as I put on my hat. She takes her sorrow too hard. She must give them up. I knew they meant me, that was it. I thought of myself so much for granted that everyone knew I only thought of things as they related to me. Always me. I had not gone back. She hated my kind. I would not let her spit in my face. Me. Sometimes I think I see her white face and feel her brush by me. What had I to do with the Jesus of Nazareth? God forgive me. Forgive me for letting you stumble by me alone in a thin white body this time, into the dark in a dress that was no dress, no shoes, into the dark of a winter night. Forgive me for letting hate send me up the hill while you went down. I wonder where you went then. I do not know why I did not go back to you. Today I cannot say why. Someday. Though, God, I shall have to tell you why. Dash. Who's Who? WABS Society of Graphic Arts, now on Art Fellowship at the Barnes Found WYE, Dashin. Arthur Fawcett won the Opportunity First Prize with his AWY short story Symphonesque, reprinted in O'Brien's and the O. Henry/SGSS Memorial Awards volumes, author of For Freedom. Paul Green, professor of philosophy at the University of North Carolina, has written many plays of Negro life. His In Abraham's Bosom was awarded last year's Pulitzer Prize. John Mathias is a professor of Romance languages at West Virginia Collegiate Institute and an Opportunity and Crisis Short Story Prize winner. Count T. Cullen has published 2 volumes of his own poems, Color and Copper Sun, and an anthology of the younger Negro poets caroling dusk. Charles Cullen is an artist who has recently found a new enthusiasm in drawings of Negro characters. He illustrated Copper Sun and The Ballad of the Brown Girl. Julia Petterkin is the author of Green Thursday and Black April, 2 of the foremost books about Negroes. Zora Neale Hurston has written short stories and plays, and more recently has turned to the study of Negro folklore. Guy B. Johnson is a co-author of The Negro and His Songs. He is at the University of North Carolina. John Davis took his master's degree at Harvard last year and is now publicity director for Fisk University. Gwendolyn Bennett has taught art at Howard, and is now on an art fellowship at the Barnes Foundation and a columnist for Opportunity. Nathan Ben Young is an attorney in St. Louis. He once lived in Birmingham. Edna Worthley Underwood is a poet, novelist, and translator of international reputation, author of The Passion Flower, The Pageant Maker, and other volumes. Arthur A. Schomburg is perhaps the greatest of Negro bibliophiles. His collection of rare books was recently turned over to the NY Public Library. Dorothy Scarborough is author of On the Trail of Negro Folk Songs. She is a professor of English at Columbia and has written 2 novels. Phyllis Wheatley was the first Negro poet. Dorothy Peterson is a teacher of Spanish in the New York public schools. Professor Ellsworth Ferris is the head of the Department of Sociology at the University of Chicago, and Eugene Kinkle Jones is executive secretary of the National Urban League. Drive B. Reuter is professor of sociology at the University of Iowa. William Pickens is field secretary of the National Association for the Advancement of Colored People. Alon Locke is editor of The New Negro. Franklin Frazier is a young sociologist now preparing for his degree of Doctor of Philosophy at the University of Chicago and a frequent contributor to magazines. George Schuyler is on the staff of The Messenger and the Pittsburgh Courier and a contributor to magazines. Theophilus Lewis is dramatic critic for The Messenger. Abram L. Harris is a professor of economics at Howard University. T. Arnold Hill is director of the Department of the Industrial Relations of the National Urban League, formerly executive secretary of the Chicago Urban League. Richard Bruce is a young artist and poet. He is at present filling a role in Porgy. Ira Reid is industrial secretary of the NY Urban League. W. P. Dabney is author of Cincinnati's Colored Citizens and editor of the Cincinnati Union, a freelance newspaper. Francis Holbrook is an artist who has contributed frequently to Opportunity. He lives in Brooklyn. Brenda Morick is an Opportunity and Crisis Prize winner for essays and short stories. She teaches school in Washington. W. E. Braxton is an artist. He won the gold and silver medals offered by Adelphia College, Brooklyn. The National Urban League. Organized 1910, incorporated 1913. 17, Madison Avenue, New York City. The National Urban League is an organization which seeks to improve the relations between the races in America. It strives to improve the living and working conditions of the Negro. Its special field of operation embraces cities where Negroes reside in large numbers. The executive boards of the national and of the 40 local organizations are made up of white and colored people who have caught the vision of social work and believe in justice and fair play in the dealings of men with each other. The League's program. It maintains a Department of Research and Investigations with Charles S. Johnson as director, who also edits Opportunity magazine, the official organ of the League. This department makes thorough investigations of social conditions in cities as basis for the League's practical work. As rapidly as practicable, committees are organized to further the recommendations growing out of such studies and especially to stimulate existing social welfare agencies to take on work for Negroes or to enlarge their activities in behalf of their Negro constituents. Occasionally, special work for Negroes is organized where existing agencies are not willing to assume work for Negroes, or where there are no available facilities for meeting these needs. The League furthers the training of colored social workers through providing fellowships for colored students at schools of social work and providing apprenticeships in the League's field activities for prospective social workers. It conducts programs of education among colored and white people for the purpose of stimulating greater interest on the part of the general public in social work for colored people. The League has a Department of Industrial Relations with T. Arnold Hill as director. This department seeks 1. To standardize and coordinate the local employment agencies of the League so that exchange of information and more regular correspondence between them can assure applicants for work more efficient and helpful service and employers of labor a more efficient group of employees. 2. To work directly with large industrial plants both in cities where the League is established and in communities removed from such centers to procure larger opportunity for work and for advancement on the job for Negro workers and to stimulate Negro workers to a fresh determination to make good on the job so that their future place in industry may be assured. 3. To help through available channels of information to ascertain points at which there is need of Negro labor and points at which there is an oversupply of Negro labor and to use existing agencies of publicity and placement to direct Negro labor to those points where they are most needed and where their families will more easily become adjusted. This department seeks to promote better relations between white and colored workers not through activities involving force, but through the orderly development of a feeling of goodwill and comradeship. This accomplished would mean the removal of barriers against Negro membership in organized labor. Officers: L. Hollingsworth Wood, President Eugene Kinkle Jones, Executive Secretary Lloyd Garrison, Treasurer. Contributions in aid of the League may be made direct to the National Office.